to 989898. That's hedge to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
The holidays mean more travel, more shopping, and more personal info in more places that could expose you more to identity theft. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points every second. If your identity's stolen, their U.S.-based restoration specialists will fix it guaranteed or your money back. Don't face drained accounts, fraudulent loans, or financial losses alone. Get more holiday fun and less holiday worry with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code CLAY. Visit LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text STREAK to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text STREAK to 42424. That's STREAK to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here to tell you why Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. You can choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area, or you can have their master jewelers create a custom one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com. That's familyjewelers.com. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Tuesday, November 12th. It is indeed Kayal and Company. You're right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenzlin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Sean and Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. Again, this morning, hopefully all of you had a great Monday yesterday as we get it going here on a Tuesday. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Tuesday.
Happy
Greg
Tuesday.
says Tuesday.
Hello, Gregory.
Yeah, buddy. Let's get this show on the road, shall we? 6:01, and we're ready to
rock and roll.
Have fun. You hear what I did? I'm Ed Delran.
Ed, you have tough shoes to fill.
God.
We'll get to you shortly, sir.
I'll see myself out.
You're going to have a meeting with yourself.
Yeah, definitely will.
Yep. A lot of good things on tap today. I want to do a big take and focus on the border as that has been officially locked in. We'll do a bit of a deeper dive on Tom Homan. We kind of nibbled around the edges a little bit. And introduced you to the big bad border boss yesterday. We'll get to more of him today. Also, Trump's administration beginning to be filled out. I've got every position, I've got every name, and we've got a couple of names that are still floating around out there. We'll give you some of the latest odds as to who is likely to land a spot in Trump Cabinet 2.0. That is coming up this morning. And then also, very interesting that the New York Times, Morning Joe, and James Carville. So you have a print publication, the two biggest puppets for the DNC, and an old school Dem strategist all saying wokeness is dead. And we will talk about that this morning.
Isn't it too late?
Yeah.
It's unbelievable to me. They're like, there's something about this wokeness that the American people and the voters did not like.
They've had enough of it.
No ass, Sherlock.
Right. It's like after the Eagles beat the Cowboys 34-6, you say, yeah, Dallas has problems.
Yeah.
We knew that. We'll get to that this morning. Also, Michael Strahan from Good Morning America on ABC, as well as Fox NFL Sunday, is in the social media crosshairs for what he didn't partake in on Sunday leading into Veterans Day during a patriotic moment. We'll analyze that this morning. And if you want to, I said yesterday on the show, if you want to figure out who's going to win an election on the big time stage, just go to the Lehigh Valley, go to Northampton County, they'll tell you. But also, the writing is on the wall based on which political aisle you fall into and what type of media you consume. We're going to get into a little media breakdown between Democrats, Republicans, and where they get their news from, and just try to analyze who trusts what. And I thought it was a pretty interesting breakdown, not only from Politico, but also from Semaphore. And we'll talk about that before we get to the cut sheet, which is coming up at 7:45. Sean Farish today, fingers crossed.
No, we're good. All the big wigs were in here this morning at like 5:30.
I saw them
testing everything.
I know. Test.
It's good.
It's on. Hello.
So
exactly.
Good. Phil has the keys to the kingdom, and he doesn't share with anybody.
It's unbelievable. He took him in his Ferrari. Phil took the keys.
He's like, you know how I'm going to be indispensable? By when I leave, everything goes to hell.
Yeah.
That's how he's going to become indispensable.
Yeah, and that's why your jet's got smoke, pal.
Which is on one hand genius, and the other hand diabolical.
Karma.
And I think I like it. Honestly. If I'm being honest, I like it.
I'm not sure that you liked it yesterday.
No,
pal.
I did not.
Yeah, rightfully a little tick.
He did train people in.
He did.
Did they lose the keys?
That's true. That's interesting. We'll analyze it. We'll do exit polls on producers.
Exit polls, yeah. Exit polls. What do the exit polls tell us?
Exactly. And then, of course, our World War II veterans, the greatest generation of all time. That continues today at 9:40.
By the way, it was so nice to get, because we put that gentleman yesterday, Leon Kerner, on the socials, on Twitter, and his daughter reached out to us, which was very nice.
I saw that.
It was very nice. So,
yes.
We have another one today, tomorrow, Thursday, Friday. We're getting so many requests. We may take this into the beginning of next week.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny. Yesterday, I chatted with a few vets and a few that can't do it, so their sons that also served in the military decided to step in, and one of which that you will hear, I'm not sure if it's today or later this week, but he actually, when you hear the interview, the son, who's also an Army veteran, will give out his father's phone number, asking you to call his father just to say hello and thank you for his service.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's like a long-distance dedication request. It's unbelievable.
That's amazing. Is that Greg Brown?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, he'll be on today.
That's today. Beautiful.
9:40.
All right. Let's get to the news. Round number one at 6:06. The great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal and Company. News Live this Tuesday morning, November the 12th. So we do have a 22-year-old man in critical condition, shot in the head. This is Philadelphia's Tacony section. Happened in the 6500 block of Dittman Street. Happened yesterday, mid-morning. He was taken to Jefferson Tarsdale Hospital. We have a weapon recovered. No arrests have been made, and the investigation is active and ongoing. Anybody with information is urged to call Philadelphia police. Pretty much every day I have a report like this one where somebody's shot. Now, this man's in critical condition, but oftentimes that's the most we hear about it. We don't have motive. We don't have a suspect.
At least we have a weapon this time.
We don't have arrest, but we do have a weapon this time.
There we go. All right, well, that's a step in the right direction.
Look at you being positive.
Shot in the head.
My gosh.
That's a great way to get your day started. What happened to you today? I got shot in the head.
Jeez.
Jeez.
So we have an update for you as we talked yesterday about this horrible story where Bella Kinwood, and remember City Ave was shut down most of the day yesterday during that investigation after a woman had died after she was struck by a vehicle. This was a hit and run right there on City Ave in Bella Kinwood. So we had a lot of road closures in that area. She was a woman on a wheelchair, struck early in the morning. She was leaving the Taco Bell right there near Conshohocken State Road. So they're still not releasing her identity, her name, simply saying that she's a woman in her early 60s, and they're not releasing her identity, but they have released some new images of the driver of that vehicle who's believed the one to have struck her. And so they're releasing there's still kind of foggy images, if you will, of the driver of that SUV asking that person just to turn themselves in.
Yeah.
They say the person actually pulled over at some point, and because they can track, all the different surveillance cameras, at some point they said that it looked like the person pulled over and was inspecting their vehicle.
And just to clarify, because I'm trying to visualize this, it's a Taco Bell, it's a person in a wheelchair, and it's an SUV. The handicapped individual with the wheelchair, they didn't go through the drive-through in the wheelchair, did they?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Because I'm trying to visualize this, and it's just like, I don't know how you hit somebody that's in a wheelchair and...
I'll take a chalupa, please.
I'm just making sure. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me, honestly. In this city, there's crazier things that happen. I'm not trying to make light of it, but
look. Back in my day,
there
would have been nothing that would have stopped me from going to Taco Bell. So
I mean, because let's be real, it's hard to get into a Taco Bell in a wheelchair, right? Unless they all have handicap ramps and things like that. Just trying to put a visual to the madness in this town.
I think the person already had the food.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just, you go through the drive-through and you're in your scooter, or some guy hurt in a hurry to get back home.
It wouldn't,
It could have went through him already. He's got to make a bathroom break, and kaboom.
It's not good cold.
I'm sorry, Dawn. I didn't mean to totally derail you.
It's a sin. But there, in other news, we have strong winds complicating the wildfire that has burned some 5,000 acres. Yeah. This is right along basically the New Jersey, New York border, but 3,000 to 5,000 acres. That's what they're dealing with. And then another fire in Pompton Lakes finally contained after firefighters battled that one. That one we talked yesterday over the weekend. But this newer one, this is only 10% contained. Part of the problem here is because of the high winds that we've seen, and we'll see that today, and just record dry conditions.
Yeah, we just that little spritzing that we had for a brief period on Sunday was just not nearly enough. We need like a steady 2 days of, I'm not saying downpours, but just steady, solid rain.
So in that one tragedy, these are dangerous fires to fight. We know that an 18-year-old volunteer firefighter had died while battling that Jennings Creek fire. And now that has spread around the Greenwood Lake area, and that's into Orange County, New York. So spreading from Jersey into New York. So it's already turned tragic. The concern here in Pennsylvania as well as in New Jersey, because we have had some Pennsylvania fires, but they are just putting out the word, absolutely don't even light a candle outside. It's so dry out, tinder dry conditions, and then fueled by these winds.
Mm-hmm. My buddy Harry was golfing yesterday. He said it's so dry at his golf course that the fairways are like hitting off of plywood boards.
Oh my goodness!
I mean, the club just bounces, ricochets right off. I mean, it's like playing playing golf in a parking lot.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Just the dust, the ball hits, the dust.
Yep.
So I'll take you to Bucks County, where police in Bucks County urging residents to get Ring cameras or some kind of a camera system after multiple package thefts have been reported. It's in and around the area of Lower Makefield Township. And so they've got a lot of them. And
porch pirates.
Porch pirates, yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
Porch pirates.
Yep.
So in some of them, the video is always what they ask you. Do you have some kind of a surveillance? Do you have some video? Because that can possibly help them track they're coming out in broad daylight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. I think we're going to have to get one of those next summer when we get our permanent home. I don't know. What, you guys both have one?
Yes.
What are they? So you pay what? Just an upfront installation and for the product, and then do you pay a monthly subscription to use it as well?
Dawn
yes.
doesn't know. Oh, she does know. I was going to say Dawn doesn't know.
Greg, I do all that.
I know you do. I know you do.
You think Larry Bear's handling the checkbook?
I have all the backup, all the Eero.
Dawn's got the apps, the passwords.
He is.
That's right.
That's true. He finally has an excuse. Just teasing, honey. Yeah, but we actually did not have one until, I don't know, it was actually one of these situations it was years back where they came up, and this was I think it was right coming out of the pandemic. They come up, or maybe it was during the pandemic. They wear a hat. They know what to do.
Oh yeah, they're totally trained.
So
absolutely,
they know what to look for.
Yep.
And so they tip their hat. They come up. They look. If they see cameras, then they just turn their head around, turn the other way. But they're smart. They will wear the coordinating colors to look like they're Amazon or an official UPS. That's where they'll wear the bright red or the brown.
Yep.
So they will try to look. They'll have a clipboard. So, and this is the same MO that we're seeing. This is Lower Makefield Township, but I would say no matter where you are, I told you yesterday I have a niece and her husband and their little kids while they were home.
Yeah. We gotta
attempt to break in.
Yeah, start telling Amazon if you can. I don't know if you do it online or whatever, and you can leave like a message to like with the instructions. Take it around the back and toss it over the fence into the yard or something. Just so it's just not sitting there for everybody's taking.
Well, that's why now they take a photo of it.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I didn't get my package. Well, here's the photo. We delivered it. Not our problem.
Yep.
Verizon customers complaining about this widespread internet outage across the Philadelphia region. And it looks like a lot of the Mid-Atlantic region down to D.C. So at least 10,000 people reported a problem in our area in the Philadelphia region alone. And it first started coming in between midnight and about 3:45 a.m. ish.
Yeah, boy.
So affecting your service, or if you have somebody in your family who relies on, let's say they have type 1 diabetes and they rely on a device that they wear, such as a pump.
Yep.
Guess what? That affects that too. All the alarms start ringing at 2 a.m.
Is there anything more triggering as Americans at where we're at now in 2024 than when our internet or our cell phone doesn't work? Like,
what did we do without it?
Yeah, like, in the summer when the power goes out because of a big storm and all of a sudden you got to sit around in your house for 2 hours with your family and you can't scroll your phone, you like lose your mind.
Are you speaking from experience?
Yeah, firsthand experience, absolutely. I got to talk to you. This certainly sucks.
God.
I know that we're going to talk about all these appointments, and Stephen Miller was, Senator Marco Rubio. There's so many different appointments going on.
Little Marco is going to be
Little
the Secretary of
Marco.
State. It's unbelievable.
But I love the story of, because Trump goes to the White House tomorrow, but I did have to say I love the story of Melania Trump declining the offer to go to the White House tomorrow to meet with First Lady Jill Biden.
Quote, scheduling conflict,
but the source familiar with Melania said, and this is the New York Post, of course, Jill Biden's husband authorized the FBI snooping through Melania's underwear drawer. The Bidens are disgusting.
My wife's a Philly girl.
Eek. So Melania said, no, I'm good.
Right.
Goodbye.
You stay away from my skivvies, man.
Right?
Yep.
So she's one. This tells you something about her personality. She smiles, but she doesn't forget.
Don't be treading on my personal stuff.
Yeah. So, by the way, Sixers this evening. A lot of excitement. Joel Embiid expected to play.
Is he sure he
tonight
wants to play?
against the Knicks?
Does he definitely want to? If he's not ready and he doesn't want to, take some more time off, pal.
Yeah.
If Paul George, the same thing. The rest of them, Maxi's out.
Maxi's out. Yeah, I was going to say.
What are they, like 2-8 or something like that? I saw.
Yeah.
Flyers beat the Sharks 4-3, and I should mention SEPTA negotiations still continue. Cross your fingers.
Well, they're doing the they're going to have another meeting about the Sixers stadium.
That's at City Hall, so we're expecting some protests.
Yeah, well, they keep winning 2 out of every 9 games. They can play at the Leah Chorus Center for all I care.
You have to earn it.
Yeah,
Is that
I was just gonna say.
Now you go play at LaSalle.
There's some.
That's funny.
There's some West Philadelphia street courts that that might be better for you.
Yeah, go play on the macadam. My old man would say.
I love it. In other words, even if we build you this beautiful new stadium, if you're a loser, you can play out in the street.
Exactly.
Under the I-95 underpass there.
Don't matter where you build it. We're not going to come if you don't win.
So today, much cooler, still very windy, 56 degrees. It'll never feel like 56 due to that wind whipping. Tomorrow, just 53 degrees. So watch these overnight lows the next couple of days. You want to bring in or cover your tender vegetation tonight or tomorrow, because we're in the low to mid 50s. Thursday, mostly cloudy. So Tuesday, Wednesday, we're looking at sunshine. Thursday is that one mostly cloudy day. I don't see precipitation, though, even though it's cloudy, 52 degrees. I know.
Yeah.
There's no measurable precipitation in the 10-day forecast.
It's unreal. I covered my tender vegetation last night. The wife had the window and the fan going last night. I was like, are you mad? Are you insane?
She had the window open?
Window open and the ceiling fan going.
Good God.
Oh, my goodness.
Like, no.
I'm
not wearing a sweatsuit to bed.
I like to sleep in the chilly, but not that chilly.
No,
it's cold.
Right. This was like the equivalent of the air conditioning in your house being dropped to 62.
Yeah.
Oof.
Like you'd have icicles hanging out your nose.
The weekend looks nice, though. We're looking at lower 60s, sunny temperatures, and looking into next week. I mean, here we are, mid-November, and we're still next week in the mid-60s.
It was going out yesterday for a walk / run. It was
beautiful.
70 degrees and sunshine. Beautiful.
It was quality.
Yeah, quality stuff.
We're either going to have a really mild and short winter, or we're going to get one of those snowstorms in March and April.
I hope we
won't
snow.
We won't see spring until Memorial Day.
Well, let's hope for snow for sure. Remember Thursday, Philadelphia Eagles.
Eagles.
Yeah. So There is a slight chance for that's not here anyway, but Thursday, slight chance for a sprinkle on one of the weather models. I'm actually just searching to try to find it.
No, it is here. It is here.
Oh,
do you see it?
Yeah.
No, the Eagles. They play in Philadelphia Thursday night.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that's Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:19, let's get to a Tuesday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the Big Take this morning, America's big, bad, bold border boss. You know, if you're a part of the Biden-Harris administration and you're down to about 68 or 69 days, you have culpability in America's border crisis over the last 4 years, and all of your embarrassing work is about to be erased. And if you came into this country illegally, you are about to have your free ride come to an end because there's a new but familiar sheriff about ready to return to town, and his name is Donald Trump. Trump will be considered the architect of restoring a secure border for the United States, but it's Tom Homan who is the face of our country's restored law and order of immigration, and he isn't playing games. Under Joe Biden, as of June 2024, there were 12,095,804 illegal aliens that came into our nation, and that's just the official number, and that was 4 months ago. It could be 13, 14, maybe even closer to 15 million in all reality. Under Barack Obama, significantly better, 5.5 million. And under Donald Trump, even lower. How about 5.3 million? And if Trump and Homan have their way, now having not only the Senate and the House, as well as the Supreme Court, which is total control, it could be under 5 million by the time 2028 comes and goes. Tom Homan has been tabbed as Trump's new border czar, and he is the former director of ICE. He joined Fox and Friends Monday morning talking about his career comeback under Trump 2.0. Listen and watch.
I've been on this network 4 years complaining about what this administration did to this border. I've been yelling and screaming about it, telling them what they need to do to fix it. So when the president asked me, would you come back and fix it? Of course I have to. I'd be a hypocrite if I didn't. So, look, I'm honored the president asked me to come back and help solve this national security crisis. So I'm looking forward to it. And look, I love Fox. I love the family there. But I think that the calling is clear. I got to go back and help because every morning I get up. Every morning I'm pissed off about what this administration did to the most secure border in my lifetime. So I'm going to go back and do what I can to fix it.
So Homan went on to say, quote, if they're not willing to help, then get the hell out of the way because ICE is going to do their job, end quote. That message aimed clearly in the direction of Democratic governors who attempt to oppose Trump's mass deportation operation. But what is the process like? How serious is the crisis at the southern border? Homan explained and made a comparison in further detail. Listen and watch this.
I know exactly what I'm doing. And look, this is the second time I came out of retirement for this president. And because it matters. And look, I was a Border Patrol agent. I wore that uniform, and I'm proud that I wore that uniform. So, and I was an ICE agent. I was the first ICE director that actually came up through the ranks. So the 20,000 men and women that worked for me, I didn't ask them to do anything. I didn't do myself because I was one of them. So look, I know the border, and I know there's a lot of great patriots. Look, I shut my phone off Friday night because I couldn't handle the phone calls, the texts, and emails from thousands of ICE agents and Border Patrol agents excited about the rumor I'm coming back. But more importantly, that thousands of retired agents, retired Border Patrol agents, retired military that want to come in and volunteer to help this president secure the border and do the deportation operation. So I've been off the grid for 3 days just because I couldn't handle all the phone calls, and plus all the death threats rolling in. My family's not at home right now because that's starting. But that's something we're going to deal with. They're not going to bully me away. They're not going to shut me up. They're not going to make me go away. This is the biggest national security vulnerability this nation has seen since 9/11. We have to fix it.
And think about that. He compared what is going on at the border to 9/11. And that's nothing to joke about. And I don't think for a second that Tom Homan is kidding. Remember, this isn't just about South American nations. Our border has been flooded by terrorists from the Middle East, young men from other nations, including many from China and other Asian nations. God only knows how many people with sinister intentions are in this country right now illegally. And this goes beyond crimes against property or crimes against women. This includes potentially terror plots, mass casualties, and people from Iran who could be targeting President Donald Trump. But the ladies from The View, well, if you were searching for the new boogeyman on the left, they found him. Here's Ana Navarro banging the drum for "This Is Wrong" with Tom Homan. Listen and watch this.
It's chilling what he just said. You realize that when he says, yes, families can be deported together, what he is saying is that U.S. citizens can be deported. What he is saying is if the parent is undocumented and they have U.S. citizen children or U.S. citizen spouse, or and you don't want to separate them, then let's deport the U.S. citizens. Look, Donald Trump won the electoral vote. He won. He's going to win the House. He won the Senate. For all effects and purposes, he's got the Supreme Court. They've given him immunity. This is what the country voted for. This is, you know, a lot of people thought that when he talked about mass deportations, he wasn't being serious. I don't know how many times he had to say it for people to realize he was being serious. Well, if you thought he wasn't being serious, the appointment of Tom Homan today as border czar, and he will be in charge of a mass deportation program, the largest the country has ever seen, they say. And now Stephen Miller, as deputy chief of staff, should let you know that he was absolutely serious. And when you talk about mass deportations, people think, oh, it's just going to be the criminals. There's not enough criminals, aliens in the federal prison system for it to be mass deportations. What it means is grandmothers. What it means is brothers and aunts. What it means is abuelos y abuelas. It means dreamers. It means your family members. It means your colleagues. It means your friends. It means people who are part of the society. And look, America, you know, those of you who voted for Trump, this is what you wanted. This is what you voted for. You screwed around and you're about to find out.
Those criminals and the past administration effed around, and now they're about to find out. Get it right, Anna. Trump posted on Truth Social some further details of Tom Homan's job duties, which will include the following: the northern border, all maritime and aviation security. Homan did go on to say that this operation will target, quote, the worst first, prioritizing what he called criminal threats and national security threats. Homan's first stint with Trump lasted a year and a half as he was in charge from January 2017 through June of 2018 as part of Trump's, quote, zero tolerance policy. And with Tom Homan in place, the Trump administration is beginning to fall into place. Susan Wiles will be Trump's chief of staff. Tom Homan will be Trump's border czar. Mike Waltz, national security advisor. Elise Stefanik, UN ambassador. Lee Zeldin, EPA administrator. And Marco Rubio, secretary of state. Ruled out, Nikki Haley, Mike Pompeo. Still in the mix, Kash Patel, Vivek Ramaswamy, and possibly Rick Scott, Senate Majority Leader. We're also still waiting to see who will be tabbed Attorney General. And of course, with Elise Stefanik, we know from New York, she was just named the ambassador of the UN. If you recall, she was the one who grilled the president of Harvard University during the anti-Semitic riots on the campus of the Ivy League institution that ultimately led to Claudine Gay's resignation from that role. We'll give you all of the odds on all these individuals likely to be a part of the Trump administration coming up later today. But one man who hopes to be a part of it is, in fact, Florida's Rick Scott. He's vying for Senate Majority Leader. He's expected to get it and is likely the odds-on favorite. He joined Fox News yesterday to make his case. Listen and watch this.
Here's what I bring to the table. I clearly believe in the Trump agenda, number one. I'm a business guy that had success doing exactly what we need to do in the Senate. We need to have a plan. We need to work a plan. We need to have a team. We need to measure ourselves. If we want to get all the nominees done, we've got to figure out a plan to get it done. If we want to get a balanced budget, we got to start today to get a balanced budget. If we want to get the border secure, if we want to get whatever policies we have to get through Congress, we have to have a plan, just like what you do in business. I ran a company with 285,000 employees. We had a written plan for everything to get it done. My colleagues have told me they want change. They want to be treated as equal. They want to be part of a team. They want to have an agenda. They want to have a great relationship with the House. They know I have a great relationship with Speaker Mike Johnson. So I'm very optimistic that I'm going to win because I'm representing Trump's agenda and what my colleagues want.
Another guy who is not a swamp insider, former business guy, a guy who tolerates no crap, and somebody who many believe Trump can trust because they're on the same page across the board with all policies. You know, we could call this the second Trump term. We can call it Trump's comeback. But what it looks to be, based on the early selections of his administration and cabinet, is best described as no nonsense, F around and find out. That's the type of administration Trump is putting together in his second go-around, and we need that. We need that desperately. And with Trump having all the power now, after the House officially broke for Republicans and they retained control, you have the House, you have the Senate, and a majority on the Supreme Court. Any monkey business is ill-advised, and that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210. On social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, in the YouTube chat, you can let it rip. We'll go through some of Trump's selections from his administration yesterday, including one that was confirmed late overnight last night into the early hours of this morning. And we'll do that on the other side. It's Kayal and Company rolling here on a Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with such precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, to those all-important storage solutions, Kitchen Magic gets the job done and fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades now, Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation, kitchenmagic.com. Put this on the calendar. Get it on the calendar now, kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary with a little help from my friends at kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Buy low, sell high. It's a cardinal rule of investing. With the market near record highs, you need a proven system that protects what you have earned without sacrificing opportunity for growth.
Jim O'Neill, Huntington Valley, Pennsylvania. With the stock market at record highs, I would recommend taking your money and put it into a crash-proof retirement system. This year, I have earned over 14%, and it can't be taken away.
Gail Schlosser, and I started with crash-proof retirement in 2016. I'm getting great returns, up to 12 to 15%, and it's not going to dwindle away in the stock market.
Regina Kukulski, Langhorne. This year, I earned 10.5% interest. I feel really good looking at that because it's not money I lost.
Dolores Queen, Hatboro, Pennsylvania. We have outperformed the market this year, and when we earn 14%, it's ours to keep.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, November 20th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, Philly, New Jersey. Diane Cardano, team leader at Cardano Realtors. It's that time again to get your free Thanksgiving apple or pumpkin pie. Stop by the Abington Firehouse for our community Thanksgiving pie open house on November 26th and pick up your pie just in time for the holiday. Also, I'll be signing copies of my newest book that I'm very excited about, Model Home Mindset, where I share the strategies that I use to help home sellers just like you get top dollar for their homes, such as expert negotiating, smart marketing, and strategic planning. Also, I'll reveal insights on the 2025 market forecast, such as prices, mortgage rates, and inventory. So, reserve your free pie today. Enjoy lunch, desserts, and get a copy of my newest book, Model Home Mindset. Go to getfreepie.com, that's getfreepie.com, or call 215-576-8666, 215-576-8666.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at Newman Goretti High School in South Philly, Saturday, November 23rd. It's the story of Philly sports through music.
I loved it. I didn't know what to expect. I wasn't sure I'd like it, but I'll tell you, I'm glad I came. Best ever.
He reinvented himself. It was really good, man.
The music, the singing, you laugh, you tear it up.
That's Conklin and City Rhythm at Newman Goretti High School in South Philly, November 23rd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyOutRealEstate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It is Kayal and Company. It is a Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Sean Farish coming up 8:30 this morning. World War II Veteran Spotlight at 9:40. Cut sheet just about an hour and 10 minutes from now. That'll come your way at 7:45. You know, one person that is seeing the border up close and personal far more frequently than Kamala Harris or anybody in the Biden administration, including Alejandro Mayorkas, Fox News' Bill Maloogian, who tweeted yesterday after the Tom Homan announcement became official. He reached out to all of his sources with ICE, as well as the Border Patrol agents stationed in California, Arizona, and Texas. He got some great responses back to the temperature being gauged and the night and day change. I just wanted to read a couple of these in a follow-up to the big take on the border. One ICE officer responding to Bill Maloogian, quote, "It's a total 180. Troops are finally seeing the sun coming out after a very long storm. People are fired up to have support. It's amazing because we all became so numb. I don't think we realized how bad until we finally have hope again. Everybody's so happy about Homan's return." Another ICE official saying, quote, "I feel that people know now they will get to go to do the work they signed up to do and that they want to do. They know they can get the bad guys now. Public safety threats, national security threats, gang members, here we come." Another ICE officer saying morale super high, especially with the Homan news too. An Arizona Border Patrol agent saying ecstatic, get to go to work, morale is even higher than the first time that he won. And a California Border Patrol agent saying we've all been hopeful, but the give-ups are still trickling in. Nothing will change until Tom Homan takes the leash off of us. So I think there's a lot of optimism. I think there's a lot of sense of, hey, this nightmare of the last 3+ years of this stampede, so to speak. And remember, we were told countless times that it was, you know, families and women and children. And certainly you see that. But man, I don't know how many times we saw footage of men, I would guess 18 to 35, maybe even a little bit older into their 40s, certainly some guys in their 50s where you're like, man, these look like military-age men in great shape, right? And they didn't look like they were starving. They didn't look like they were deprived and depraved. And we've seen, and Dawn, you've mentioned it in your newscast countless times where, there have been people that have gotten through this southern border, and they weren't just coming here to seek asylum, right? They had an agenda. And thankfully, some of these agents were able to snuff some of them out, whether it's the FBI or any other, federal agency, because, you got a bullseye on Americans and you got a bullseye on Trump's back, right? We talked about the thwart of the attempts with Iran. So It's not just people from, Guatemala or Ecuador coming here to seek a better life. The whole world knew that this thing was open, and if you wanted to get in and cause a problem in this country, now was the time to do it. And I think now the time to do it is coming to a close.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think that it will take, years to just flush out just the individuals who came here, either because they're in gangs, cartels, the human trafficking.
Yep.
Which we were told, remember, that doesn't really exist. It's kind of a myth, that it was being supersized by, certain media, all of that. So I think, unfortunately, this is just the beginning. But the awareness factor, that's the important piece of it, that we are aware.
Yep. No question. And with Tom Homan, and I rattled this off, and we can go through these here for a couple of minutes, because I like a majority of what Trump has done so far. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I know all of these people on a extremely intimate basis, or I can recite their Wikipedia pages verbatim. Can't do that with some of them. Certainly we're familiar with others. Susan Wiles, this started last week, chief of staff, first female chief of staff. Yesterday we find out Mike Waltz from Florida. He will be in charge of the NSA, National Security Advisor. Elise Stefanik, we know her well from New York. She will be the UN ambassador. She is the one who grilled all the Ivy League professors at Penn, at Harvard, over the anti-Semitism. She's a pistol. I like her. We mentioned Tom Homan, border czar. Lee Zeldin, Sean Farish really likes him. Sean Farish has not campaigned with him, but done some grassroots stuff with him. Lee Zeldin is a New Yorker, gave Kathy Hochul a run for her money for governor. He will be the EPA administrator. We are still waiting on the attorney general. Still waiting, obviously, on Senate Majority Leader. It looks like, according to Polymarket, Rick Scott is the odds-on favorite at 52%. John Thune at 40%. John Cornyn at 6%. So I think a lot of Trump hardcore supporters want Rick Scott. That's why I played him for you in the big take. Ohio Governor Mike DeWine saying that he could see Vivek Ramaswamy filling the Senate seat that has been vacated by J.D. Vance. I think in one way, shape, or form, Vivek will have a role moving forward. And then probably the two most notable names that I think the audience knows happened late last night and into the early hours of the morning. Marco Rubio as Secretary of State. We remember him in 2016, and he's been kissing Trump's keister for about 6 to 8 years ever since. Trump's his daddy. I think we've established that.
Stop.
And Kristi Noem.
Homeland Security Secretary.
Yeah, how about that?
No dogs were harmed.
Stop.
They're killing the dogs.
Yeah.
She's going to be in charge of the SPCA. No, I'm just kidding. But she'll be the Department of Homeland Security. Yeah. Honest to God, I don't dislike any of these picks other than Marco Rubio. And I get it. You can change. You can hit me back and counter with, J.D. Vance was not a Trump guy, and then he came around. It's a valid point. When I hear J.D. Vance...
Swampy?
I think there's more to trust about Vance than Rubio. Rubio gives off this squeamish, like, I want to be accepted by the New York Times. I hope I'm in favorable graces with mainstream media. I don't trust Marco Rubio. I trust Vance, and I think Vance, as we've all agreed, he's been pretty spectacular in his presentation since being selected as VP, the interviews he's done, the way he's conducted himself, the whole bit. But I don't like Rubio a bit. But you know what? You're not going to get everything you want, right? Is there anything that you liked on, anything you don't like about the names, whether it's Noem, Rubio, Zeldin, Stefanik, anything that stands out one way or the other?
No, I'm glad they're getting it done, and they'll go through the proceedings. I mean, no, they have a lot of work to do. The less politics and the less nonsense, just get people in and get to work.
It's something like 10,000 appointments he has to make. I mean,
it's incredible.
He doesn't do it personally, he does the big ones, but like 10,000. You have to really staff. You know what I mean? Like, and it's these are all important jobs, obviously. So
they're not doing like a victory lap behind closed doors for the next 70 days.
Got to get right to work.
No,
and that's I would say the difference between now and 2016. That Trump has done this before. He had never been elected to any office. He was a newbie, and so had to learn some ropes. And so this time around, obviously getting right to work, and he knows the pitfalls. He knows, how important these key positions are. You mentioned the EPA. think about frack. You need somebody who in the EPA can make sure that everything's legal, but also we've heard about these restrictions that just put a stranglehold on certain industries.
Yep.
And then my question is, what does that mean for the state level? Because here in Pennsylvania, we also have this at the state level EPA rules. So how will they grapple with that?
Yeah.
Speaking of Pennsylvania, has the McCormick Casey race been called yet?
No.
The commissioner, so what's happening is they have like 600 votes that are those provisionals.
Sure.
So they're insisting on counting every last one. They're contacting people because, if you go through a provisional, maybe your signature doesn't match or something. So they're literally calling people. They put out a number yesterday. You can call 215, like put it, just, you don't even, you can go to our voicemail and just confirm it's you. It's like, why? McCormick is up by 40,000 votes. This is not going to change. And it's just, and report, I think, I just retweeted Zeoli Zeoli had interviewed McCormick and broke some news where they were saying last night that reportedly Shapiro is not happy with this whole thing.
Of course he's
that Casey should concede.
So is Casey an election denier? Is he undermining democracy? I'm just wondering because, I know nobody has stormed the state capitol here in Pennsylvania or anything like that. But, when you get beat, it feels to me this is a lot like Stacey Abrams. This is a lot like Hillary Clinton. This is a lot like any other Republican as well. We for some reason in this country now, we just have this, we feel it's like our God-given right just to contest every time we lose. It's like, no, Bob Casey, you've been around for the longest time possible, right? 18 years. Your father, the whole family, I mentioned it yesterday, since 1987. You've stolen enough money. Get out. You lost. Go. It's over.
I'm not an expert on these procedures, so I know that they said that McCormick couldn't go tomorrow to the little, kindergarten orientation day or whatever.
Yeah.
But I just think these
this
are all
where
their...
we meet your parents.
Yeah. It's like...
Here's where you have lunch.
Put your name tags on.
There's the library.
So it's good that he put out there, no, he's going to go.
Yeah.
And you don't have to be invited. Just go.
All
I mean,
right.
that's what I would say. They have all their little protocols or whatever, but I think McCormick is good to go. In the past, Republicans have done this to Democrats.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No,
they've done this stuff.
Yeah. Goes both ways, I guess. 855-839-1210. What are the odds of Bobby Kennedy, Tulsi Gabbard, Elon Musk, the new brigade, the chances that they will land a spot in a Trump administration? We'll give you that as we wrap up the 6 o'clock hour, and that's coming up next here on Kayal and Company.
Your privacy and safety, I talk about it every day in the news. It's so important, and it's important to me. And as somebody who's a public person, whether on the airwaves, whether it was in TV news, whether it's broadcasting here at Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, the creepiest thing ever is when, and I'll say this, especially for a woman, you look up your name and you realize one of those creepy, invasive sites has taken your information or your likeness or your name, and then they're using it to sell it, or they're using it for another nefarious purpose. It's just you feel so invaded when that happens. And that's why I really appreciate the new subscription, Privacy Pro by DuckDuckGo. So as you know, I've used DuckDuckGo for years now. If you want to keep your searches private, how many times have I told you? And out of those data profiles or the government or legal requests, that sort of thing, you need to use DuckDuckGo. But I really love this Privacy Pro subscription service. And just in the first month of using it, I love it. I love the alerts that I get. They tell me exactly how many things they've been able to block. And so to me, this is important, and it's important to think about. We talked earlier this morning about technology helping you to keep yourself safe. And this is just one more firewall, if you will, in the world of thinking about safety and privacy. So for DuckDuckGo's Privacy Pro, this is really a 3-in-1 privacy subscription service. It helps protect your personal information from being exploited by those hackers, those privacy invasive companies. Plus, like I say, it's from DuckDuckGo, so I already know it. I've been using DuckDuckGo, and this is a whole new layer to keep me secure. DuckDuckGo's VPN secures your Wi-Fi connection anytime, anywhere, and they have identity theft restoration. If your identity gets stolen, DuckDuckGo Privacy Pro is going to help you to restore that. And so that's pretty amazing. The personal information removal on desktop devices, that's Mac or Windows, whatever you use, And so that's important to me. And I would suggest you do this. Search your name online. You're going to be shocked at how many sites you go to and go in there and do this search for yourself and see what I'm talking about. This is a real thing. So get all of this security with Privacy Pro. Like I say, a 3-in-1 subscription. You get all of that for $9.99 a month. As my listener, if you go to duckduckgo.com/1210, you are going to get an exclusive 7-day free trial on me. That's duckduckgo.com/1210, duckduckgo/1210. So it's duckduckgo.com/1210. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Right now, Wawa has pizza at a really great price. Get a personal 14 or 16-inch Wawa pizza for just $6, $8, or $10. Gotta have a Wawa.
When you're hiring for your business, ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology makes finding qualified candidates for your job easy. This made us wonder, what if the rest of the world was as easy as ZipRecruiter? Math problems wouldn't be so problematic.
K equals 42.
Escape rooms? Elementary. And summiting Everest would be a walk in the park. In the meantime, if you want to make your hiring easier, use ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Simple. So, see what the world is like when ZipRecruiter does the hard work of hiring for you. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Do you have shoeboxes full of old videotapes and photos with memories you'd love to share with the family this Christmas? Right now, get exclusive early access to Legacy Box's biggest deal of the year. Digitize your memories for just $9 per tape. That's right, only $9 to preserve and share your precious moments. VHS, VHS-C, Hi-8, film reels, and more, saving you over $15 per item. Not to mention, when you digitize your memories now, Legacy Box sends all your memories back on the cloud, so they're easy to access by Christmas, and you can relive them with your family just in time for the holidays. You've heard about Legacy Box all year, but now is the best time to digitize your memories. Hurry, this $9 deal won't last long. Head to legacybox.com/value for early access to our best deal of the year. Don't wait. Secure your digitized memories by Christmas at legacybox.com/value.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Imagine taking a shower that never runs out of hot water. Well, here's some good news. Bradford White's Infinity Series GS and GR tankless water heaters deliver endless hot water whenever you need it. They're highly efficient too, saving you energy and money. Like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. How you heat your water matters. Learn more about our Infinity Series tankless water heaters at bradfordwhite.com.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Not stirred. 6:52. Kayal and Company rolling on. It is a Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet coming up 7:45. Sean Farish, a.k.a. Donald Trump, at 8:30. A lot to break down with him, as Trump, as himself. And our World War II veteran spotlight, courtesy of our good friends at Window Nation. Visit them today at windownation.com for all of your window and door needs. That's coming up at 9:40. So it's interesting because you've got a couple of people still looking to latch on to the Trump administration. Polymarket posted all sorts of odds yesterday on individuals and their likelihood of getting a spot in the second Trump administration. RFK Jr. leading the way at 92%. I think Bobby Kennedy said something to the effect over the weekend over social media that, or actually, no, this was across the pond in another country, where he said as soon as Trump gets into office, they are going to get rid of up to, I believe, 600 employees from the NIH, which I think a lot of us, we've talked about, whether it's big pharma, big food, medicating people, all the pesticides and preservatives. He was going on his tangent about how we're poisoning and killing our kids. And I think a lot of us, are very much against big pharma. So I think Bobby Kennedy is going to have a spot. Vivek Ramaswamy, 87% chance. Tulsi Gabbard, 91% chance. And Elon Musk, a 69% chance. So I also expect people are to give pushback of, well, why are you against Marco Rubio, but you're not against Elon Musk, Bobby Kennedy, and Tulsi Gabbard, former Democrats? That's also a fair and valid point. Again, you don't have to love everybody that Trump surrounds himself with, but Dawn, I think he's going to absolutely find a spot for Kennedy and Gabbard. I think Elon Musk might just kind of be like a off-the-record advisory role, which I'm totally fine with, as long as Elon Musk has Trump's ear. And apparently he's got like the key code to Mar-a-Lago. Stories and reports that Elon Musk has been at Mar-a-Lago every day for like the last 2 weeks. I think Elon Musk will be a big factor in this as well.
Yeah, I just wonder. I mean, Elon Musk runs a couple of companies. He's a pretty big guy, pretty busy guy. So I don't know if he'll really serve at a cabinet level. He doesn't need the money. It's not like he needs a government salary.
No.
As far as Tulsi Gabbard, I mean, she's right now. Her job is she is the Trump transition team, the co-chair of the transition team. So she has that job. So I don't know how it works as far as what role that she'll play, because right now she's helping pick some of these very appointments that we're talking about. Then they go through the confirmation process. I know Trump wants to bypass whatever he can to get this done and fill these 4,000, jobs ASAP.
Yep.
But it's fascinating to watch, and I think we're going to see this happening in warp speed.
Yep.
I think they just want to get to work.
Yep, and it's going to look a lot different than the first time around for sure, because he knows the lay of the land much better. 855-839-1210. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2, and then a eulogy to the woke era of identity politics. It's not just from me. It's from the New York Times. It's from Morning Joe and much more, including James Carville. We'll get to that as we continue. Hour 2 of Kayal and Company is on the way.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
I know the Cowboys are struggling, but this Eagles defense is really special. Last week, defensive coordinator Vic Fangio was asked if he needed any additions at the trade deadline. His one answer, no. This really is a complete defense, and it's also a young defense with young backups waiting in the wings and playing special teams. Washington, Thursday night, will be their toughest test yet. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese. As a bank, PNC prides themselves on being boring, but the truth is they couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic greater Philadelphia community. For nearly 160 years, they've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for their equally brilliant clients. PNC has dedicated teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Woohoo! Another girls' night out. I'm so stressed from shopping, I couldn't find anything. Have you tried shopping jewelry television, JTV? I don't know. Everyone in my family is so different. JTV has thousands of jewelry styles. Artisan, diamonds, pearls, colored gemstones, watches, even gift sets. I shop on TV and online.
New JTV customers save up to $40 when you shop jtv.com/radio.
Now, can you relax? Yes. Another round? Yes.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hi, everyone. This is Dom Giordano here with my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. Dr. Bentz, we've talked about your cutting-edge, state-of-the-art care. Why is that so vital?
It sure helps me diagnose and elevate the level of care I can offer if I'm using the latest technology. I use it on a normal, everyday basis, and I can see things that it's just missed. It's not misdiagnosed, but you can't see something that your equipment won't allow you to. So I feel that if I can't utilize what's out there, and it takes a lot to be trained on it, feel comfortable, that can work for everyone. Not just these advanced cases, but it gives you a very consistent, efficient, and predictable result.
Dr. Bentz and the team at Bentz Dental Group provide solutions for the most complex dental cases. Call Dr. Bentz today at 610-272-6949 or visit BentzDentalGroup.com. Bentz Dental Group, say it with a smile.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's a great month to get a luxurious new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. You'll be thankful because there's so many fabulous offers to take advantage of. Lease an all-wheel drive XC90 for as low as $687 per month using all applicable rebates. Costco members save even more, up to $2,000 in additional rebates. See store for details. Customers enjoy the stress-free and satisfactory experience Cherry Hill Volvo provides. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships really do matter.
Hey girl, it's your new night guy, Jimmy Fallon in the house from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and free on the Odyssey app.
$7 hour number 2 of Kayal and Company is underway here on this Tuesday morning. It is Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. I feel like I got to bring down my voice to match the...
You don't have to.
Slow and soothing melody here. Starting to pick up. There we go.
By the way, it is official. It's going to happen Monday morning. Next Monday, Jimmy Matthews is going to run up the Art Museum steps.
Oh, we got through all the lawyers and the red tape?
In his boxer shorts. Holding what I believe will be a 1210 WPHT flag. We're still working out all those details.
Okay.
So, if you want to cheer Jimmy on, or just watch the spectacle of it, be down at the Art Museum steps around 8:30.
Okay.
8:30 on... Monday morning.
So how are we handling this as far as
we'll be here and we're going to send we'll send somebody down there.
Okay.
To video it.
And then we'll replay it on the show and then get it live on social?
No, we're working on doing it live. We're going to do it live. So we're going to have a he'll be on some sort of device running up the Art Museum steps. He's training already, by the way.
Do we have
training?
Do we have a crotch cam for him?
I believe we'll have one of our producers down there to video it, so we can watch it in real time as it's happening.
Okay. Polymarket has it at -300 that something goes terribly wrong.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Something's definitely going to go terribly wrong. But he's like, I got to know the date because I got to ask off work.
Okay.
So Monday morning, 8:30, be down at the Art Museum steps because Jimmy has to pay off a bet. For those of you that.
Good work by him, by the way.
May not have been listening. He bet on the YouTube stream. Oh, the YouTube stream is a world unto itself.
That's correct.
It really is. People make bets. They were swapping tickets.
Yeah. It's a trading market.
Yeah. Half the time they're paying attention to what we say. More times they're just having their own radio show onto themselves, which is fine.
Yeah.
But he made a bet that if Trump won, he would run up the Art Museum steps in his boxer shorts with a sign that said, "I voted for Kamala," or something like that.
Oh, God.
So we're going to have the sign and some sort of 1210 paraphernalia.
Yeah. Looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Nice work, Jimmy Matthews, man of integrity. I thought maybe he would just, have Chris Matthews call in and get him a day off and be like, hey, my uncle was on television back in the day, and he says I need Monday off. But,
Chris Apolito asked about a MAGA hat. Yeah.
What about a Kayal and Company Speedo?
I like the idea of the WPHT, boxer shorts.
Yeah?
Yeah. Unfortunately, Dawn.
No.
I don't know if you've peeked at our finances, but we don't really have the budget for anything like that.
I was going over the balance sheet last night myself.
So we'll just do what we can.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe if somebody wants to donate, but I think especially the YouTube people on here who like to bust his stones. I think you guys should show up there and kind of cheer him on because he doesn't have to do this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And he's doing it.
He's being a good sport.
He's a man of his word.
He's a man of his word. I like that. I like that. For all you people that were like, oh, he's a good guy.
Yeah.
I told you that for months.
That's right. They're all part of the audience, right? Yeah, it might be 85, 90%, but
Shafe said cover him in mustard.
Well, I mean, mustard.
This is a cruel audience, man.
I know.
Ouch.
They really are.
So we're not going to use our always sober cameraman, Chris Forsyth?
Chris, no, I think Chris is going to be there videotaping it for himself to put out a documentary.
Well, Polymarket has him at minus 500 being inebriated while he's filming. So that'll be good.
So we'll do that Monday morning, 8:30, Art Museum steps. He's going to run up it in some sort of paraphernalia.
Yeah.
So
all right.
be
Very
there.
cool. Yes, indeed. All right, 7:05. Let's get to the news. By the way, speaking of news, Zioli on at 5:30 this morning on Fox and Friends First.
No,
I
thought he hated mornings.
I was just going to say, I was told he just can't do mornings.
Apparently, we start at 5:30 a.m. now.
For the network that doesn't pay him, he'll get up. Got it. I got it.
Well, I would get up for Carly Shimkus, too, to be honest. It's just me.
You're married.
Would. Yeah. All right. I'm just going to be quiet and get out of the way. A, because I don't want to get divorced, and B, because I don't want to fall behind with the clock.
By the way, did they put on 12:10?
No, they still have Philadelphia talk radio host, which is my pet peeve.
So he absolutely did no good being on there. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Why are they so against using our numbers?
Great.
I mean, if you have, I think sometimes they put WPHT, which is all I guess you can ask for. If you go call letters, I'm good with that. But what's so hard about talk radio, 1210, WPHT?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Right?
Nothing.
And then when they show Zioli with the camera, when they put him in a box, if it's full screen or half screen, then you put Philadelphia, where his location, and then the word live. Or technically it would be, New Jersey, right? Because he's doing it from home. But why... talk radio host or Philadelphia radio host. Well, there's 42 radio stations in this city, dude.
Yeah.
I don't even know if the guy's a dude or not. It might be a lady and put up the graphics. Come on, ma'am. What are we doing here? All right.
Might be a lady.
Might be a lady. All right, let's get one thing we know for sure. Dawn Stensland is a lady, a classy lady.
Thank you.
And it's time for the news at 7:06.
This morning, good morning, Tuesday, November 12th, 51 degrees, breezy today, so markedly cooler weather today with the wind whipping up and still those red flag alerts as far as the risk of fire with dry conditions. So let's look at it. We have a 22-year-old man, the latest shooting victim in Philadelphia, shot in the head in critical condition, very critical condition this morning. This is Philadelphia's Tacony section. They did recover a weapon, but we have no arrests and no motive, no suspects as the investigation is active in that one. We have newly released surveillance images. This one happening is Philadelphia police and suburban police look for this driver of an SUV who struck and killed a woman after she left a Taco Bell near Conshohocken State Road. And so this one is a hit and run on City Ave, which, as you know, used to be known as City Line Avenue there in Bala Cynwyd. In other words, it straddles Philadelphia and the main line right there in Bala Cynwyd. So in this one, the victim was struck so hard, she was sitting in her wheelchair, that she was physically ejected from her wheelchair and flew along the roadside and was killed. The folded wheelchair could be still seen there on the sidewalk. So we know that she's in her early 60s. They've not released her identity, but they have released these surveillance images of this driver. So police saying to this hit and run driver, we're going to track you down. We're going to find you. You might as well turn yourself in. You know who you are. So they're asking that for that person, just turn themselves in this morning. In the suburbs, and I'll take you to Bucks County, we've been talking about police there urging people to get some kind of a camera system because of all of these different porch pirates, these different individuals who continue to steal packages, these package thefts. And it's happening at a rate that, in essence, they have somebody pull up in a car and get out of the car. They know what to wear. They have a hat. They make sure that they're covered up. Even if the person does have the video, they'll get away. But as far as this goes, it's happening at an increased rate.
Mm-hmm. I've also seen people using COVID masks when they do it, right? You see some of those videos that go viral on social media. Who knew that, mask mandates would lead to more ideas and more ways for those bad individuals to conceal their identity?
Yeah, it's it just seems like it's supersized. So the problem here is we're headed now toward the holiday season, holiday shopping. So I think one of the reasons that we're seeing suburban police, especially in Philadelphia police, talking about it more is to give people a heads up because it's tough to fight this.
Mm-hmm.
And they're taking packages that might not be valuable to them anyway.
Right, of course not.
So they need to, I guess we all need to figure this out.
I'd love to catch somebody doing that on my property. I'll just hide out in my bushes and wait for the Amazon guy and see if anybody swipes anything. Hey, where you going with that, pal? What's up? Get going. Get out of here.
Well, that's the problem. If you confront somebody, you're not allowed. Even if you had like a paintball gun, if you shoot them, you're probably going to get sued.
Oh, yeah. In this day and age, yeah. Yeah, that's right.
So how do you, dog? Dog helps.
That's right. Beware of
have
dog.
Have a trained, yeah.
Yep.
We have Verizon customers. We still complaining about that widespread internet outage. It happened across our region and much of the Mid-Atlantic region down to D.C. More than 10,000 people impacted right here in the Philadelphia region. So if you had that happen to you with Verizon, the outages started about midnight, continued till nearly 3:45 a.m.-ish. This morning, we still don't have the answer. Was it the high winds? Because the winds were whipping overnight. I don't have the answers for you, so we're trying to get down to what happened, but it looks like they've resolved most of those outages. And we've talked a lot about the Trump transition, and the latest one, I think the latest one this morning, is it Kristi Noem, Governor Kristi Noem, I believe she's the latest. So another word being floated, it would be the Treasury Secretary. What does that look like? As far as that's another critical position because it has to do with Trump talking about those tariffs.
Yeah, I'm really focused also on, because we had to live through all this lawfare the last 2-3 years. I'm very curious to see who he selects for Attorney General. I know Ken Paxton has been floated out there. People were wondering if DeSantis would be interested. I think DeSantis said, I will not be a part of any of it. I'll finish out my term as governor in Florida. But that's somebody I'm very intrigued to see who he selects.
Yeah, and I'm sure that part of this is you have to be careful because you don't want to raid too many people in existing important positions.
True.
Or you have to look at if they're when is their term up and if they can do an appointment.
And this is also the
hold
person
the seat.
that will replace Merrick Garland. That's the other, fascinating element behind
Weaponization of government.
That's right, because we've seen what Merrick Garland has done in the last couple of years.
Yeah, so I was trying to look through here with Paulson. John Paulson was at remember that economics seminar that Trump held?
In Chicago?
But Paulson, billionaire investor, he was the one who had said that if Harris won, that this would be devastating for our economy.
Mm-hmm.
So I believe that I had read somewhere that John Paulson is a major contender for Treasury Secretary.
Okay.
But all of this weaves together, and that's another part of it. Are these individuals a lot of them have been going to Mar-a-Lago, and I think they're just trying to see how everybody interacts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
You
don't want too many beta fish.
No, that's right.
Right?
That's
so
correct.
There's that going on. The other story I wanted to point out to you, because this has gone viral, as I believe we touched on it a little bit yesterday when we talked about the fact that Oprah Winfrey reportedly had been paid $1 million by the Harris campaign. Well, now Oprah breaking her silence and saying, in fact, that it's not true.
Sean, can you pull up cut 8? Sean, can you pull up cut 8? Because I think we have the video of this.
She denies it.
She denies.
According to federal records, Harris made 2 lump sum payments of $500,000 apiece.
All right, play it, Sean.
Hey, Oprah, good morning. How are you, darling? You looking very good. How do you think the election went?
Not talking about the election. Thank you very much.
Oh, is it true that they paid you $1 million for the endorsement for Kamala?
Not true.
Not true, okay.
I was paid nothing, ever.
What do you think about all the celebrities with their mass exodus?
I'm not talking about
Do you think Prince Harry's going to lose his visa now that Trump's president?
Gets in a Range Rover. I'm going.
Thank you, Oprah.
Thank you, Oprah.
Thank you, Oprah. Thank you. By the way, some of the dollar amounts are just staggering when we talk about those donations.
Yeah.
So you had, by the way, I think Oprah, you could argue, probably got shortchanged when you hear some of these other figures. I'm going to give you these really quickly. Megan the Stallion, The Stallion.
The Stallion.
Yeah, I forgot the extra E. $5 million to basically twerk on stage. Lizzo got $3 million.
Wow.
Eminem $1.8 million, and Oprah $1 million.
So now we know why Beyonce never sang. She never got paid.
That's right. The Queen Bee was like, "You're gonna give Oprah $1 million, and you want me to do this pro bono?" I don't think so.
So yeah, I mean, in total, the Harris campaign reportedly spending $1.2 billion.
Uh-huh.
And so this is, all these records are public.
Yeah, it just goes to show you too. Celebrity endorsements don't work. And it doesn't matter how much money you spend on a campaign. If you're unlikable, that doesn't change anything. She just was unlikable.
I suspect that what's going on here with Oprah is that Oprah is saying that she personally did not charge a talent fee. But because remember, they were trying to reenact Oprah from back in the days, right, from her show. So they probably paid, I don't know, the studio, or they paid the production company.
That's correct. The report I saw, it was two $500,000 payments to Oprah Productions, Inc., I believe, is the official company name.
So that pays the studio hands, the camera people, because they're all union.
Mm-hmm.
So that pays all of them. But I suspect what Oprah, he should have asked the question, did the campaign pay your studio, your production company, or your studio crew?
Yeah. Splitting hairs, I guess.
But what she's saying, personally, they didn't write a check to Oprah.
Right.
It just covered her overhead, essentially.
Okay. Well, but she still doesn't have to pay
Studio
for that.
rental.
She doesn't have to pay for that overhead now, so it's still a net gain for her, right? I mean, I would think.
I don't know. It's amazing, though, to think about, or not amazing, we're not surprised, but to think about the fact that the Harris campaign, they spent over $1 billion, and now they're like in the hole.
Oh, they're to the tune of, according to reports, of $20 million.
Wow.
Yeah.
How does that happen?
I don't know.
So they can't even. They have all this money just flowing in.
Yeah.
And it's a pretty simple process. They couldn't even handle that.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Kamala's spending her Saturday nights sitting on the carpet playing Connect Four with her nieces and nephews.
Well, that's sweet.
Yeah.
We have 51 degrees, quite breezy, up to 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts today. And so the high today, 56 degrees for your all-time high. It's not going to feel like 56 with that wind, but at least sunny skies today and tomorrow. So mid 50-ish and sunny skies. The headline, though, the important piece of this, tonight and tomorrow night, Wednesday night, you're looking at 34-ish degrees. So make sure that you watch that if you've done some planting outside this time of year. And then for your Thursday, mostly cloudy, 52 degrees. The overnight lows, though, get a little warmer. So it's just over the next 2 nights that we could see, depending on where you are, some freezing temps overnight. But if Thursday is the only chance I see in the 10-day where we could see some light precipitation. So Thursday looks kind of raw, rainy, cloudy, cooler. And then for your Friday, we start to warm up again. 58 degrees, partly sunny skies. The weekend, bright sunny skies. and we're in the low 60s for your weekend. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Coming up next, let's break it down, shall we? The end of identity politics and all the absurd wokeness and the cancel culture. And it's coming from those with big platforms on big stages on the left. Details on the other side. Cut sheet in just over 25 minutes. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sports book. Joel Embiid is back tonight to take on the New York Knicks. Right now, FanDuel is giving everyone 3 months of NBA League Pass. All you have to do is catch every tip-off and buzzer beater in its place. Place a $5 bet on the NBA to get 3 months of NBA League Pass, courtesy of FanDuel. So tonight I'm going to go the Sixers money line at plus 102. Joel Embiid to score 10-plus points, and Joel Embiid to score the first basket. Plunk down $5. You could win, if you're already a customer, you can win $37 on that $5 bet. Or if you're a new customer, you can get 3 months of NBA League Pass. All you have to do is sign up. Go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of the NBA, and 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, present in PA. After 3 month free trial, the full price of League Pass will be automatically charged monthly. Cancel anytime, no refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Shop Dell Technologies Black Friday event for their lowest prices of the year. The future is on sale today with limited time deals on select PCs like the XPS 16 that accelerate AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. Black Friday is their biggest sale of the year and the best time to upgrade, but it's only here for a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
This is an ad by BetterHelp. What comes to mind when you hear the word gratitude? Maybe it's a daily practice, or maybe it feels hard to be grateful right now. Don't forget to give yourself some thanks by investing in your well-being. BetterHelp is the largest online therapy provider in the world, connecting you to qualified professionals via phone, video, or message chat. Let the gratitude flow. Visit BetterHelp.com/healthieryou today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/healthieryou.
Bob's Little Sports Shop, Delsey Drive in Glassboro, is your one-stop shop for firearms and firearm safety. Bob's now offers an expanded selection and classroom area, NRA-certified instructors for all your firearm education, and an indoor pistol range open daily.
I have heard the children crying and gunfire in the night. Freedom seems so far away, but still the people fight. Freedom is a fragile gift that has a heavy price. Battles won and battles lost, and many gave their life. What some men take for granted, others never see. To speak their mind and have no fear and live a life that's free. This happened in a foreign land not too long ago. Freedom is the greatest gift that everyone should know. To safeguard all our liberties and keep our country free, it's not up to the government, it's up to you and me.
Remember Bob's Little Sports Shop for firearms and firearm safety. Call 856-881-7575 or bobslittlesportshop.com. Paid for by Bob's Little Sports Shop, Glassboro, New Jersey.
What's on the menu for football season? Pork, of course. Get ready for game day with Hatfield and put some pork on your fork. Elevate your kickoff cuisine and halftime feast with Hatfield's winning lineup of marinated pork tenderloins, pork loin fillets, ground pork and sausage, bacon and ham. Whether you're the tailgate king or gridiron gourmet, Hatfield helps you savor the taste of victory. Visit simplyhatfield.com for play-by-play menu inspiration. Find your flavor with Hatfield.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. One of the biggest, healthiest sales of the year is back again. Rescue Natural Supplements Black Friday sale is here. Right now, Rescue is slashing prices on every supplement with discounts up to an incredible 80% off. Rescue has a wide variety of products to address your health needs, including immunity and cholesterol support, heart health, and natural energy enhancers. Grab huge savings on omega-3s, probiotics, and a lot more. And one more thing, this Rescue Black Friday sale will run the entire month of November. So shop today at res-q.com, res-q.com, or call a Rescue product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Again, all Rescue supplements are up to 80% off during the entire month of November, so why wait? Shop massive savings on essential supplements right now at res-q.com. Do it today.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, it's Black November, and many consumers complain that Black Friday discounts aren't as deep as they used to be. Well, that's not true at National Appliance Warehouse. They've negotiated big discounts directly from manufacturers and are passing them right on to you. It all adds up to the biggest savings event of the year. That makes appliances from National Appliance Warehouse the best bang for your Black Friday buck. You deserve the perfect appliances and to enjoy an unbeatable experience. We're fully staffed with friendly professionals who are dedicated to delivering all of that, all while delivering the Black Friday savings you remember.
Black November starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on GE appliances. Earn up to $3,000 rebate with purchase of select customizable cafe appliance suites. Shop an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Upgrade your bathroom with Emmons Remodeling.
We offer custom design, build, renovation services to fit your style and budget. Our designers work closely with you to create the perfect space for you and your family.
Experience luxury and functionality with the expert team at Emmons.
So call us at 856-885-6677. Again, that's 856-885-6677, or visit us at callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Josie's on a vacation far away. Come around and talk it over. So many things that I wanna say. You know I like my girls a little bit older. I just wanna use your love tonight. I don't wanna lose your love tonight.
7:25, Kayal and Company, as we continue here on this Tuesday morning. Cut sheet just around the corner. Sean Farish, an hour from now. Our first time chatting with Sean. Normally we join him, or he joins us, I should say, on Friday mornings. We were scheduled to have him yesterday, had some technical issues, but we'll get him in here coming up about an hour from now at 8:30. First time we will hear from him since the election victory for Donald Trump. And, of course, our World War II Veteran Spotlight coming up at 9:40 today, brought to you by the good folks at Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. But it is officially the end of identity politics, the wokeness, and all of the ridiculous cancel culture, and the things that have driven Americans absolutely bat-bleep crazy over the last 4 years. I would argue even beyond the last 4 years, but it was accelerated during the Biden-Harris administration. But I think this is something that started in the beginning of the Trump era. Some people think it goes back as far as somewhere in the beginning of the second Obama term, where a lot of this ridiculous obsession over identity started to permeate the airwaves, society, the way in which politics is covered, the way in which people are promoted in corporations, in the job world, academia. I mean, it really infiltrated every level of American society. And for the honestly, most of the time, most Americans rejected it. And it was, shoved down your throat. And it was, 10% of society that subscribed to it, yet the other 90% had to adhere to it. And I think Trump officially shattered that. And when you take the House back, or I should say, you keep the House, you take the Senate back, you have a majority on the Supreme Court. And then, of course, corporations start to move on from DEI, classrooms, especially if we can get to the point where Trump's able to defund the Department of Education, that the CRT nonsense, this, well, you're white and you're a man, so you're automatically guilty of whatever, that's going to get thrown out the window. And it's also staggering if you look back when Jimmy Carter created the Department of Education in 1979. In America, we were the number one school system in the entire on the planet. And since then, with all the money put into it, we have plummeted. I don't know where we are, but we have bottomed out in education when you compare ourselves to other nations. So you look at all of that, you look at the cancel culture on social media, you look at all the radical left-wing ideology on these elitist university campuses where free speech is stifled. It's a one-way street on a school of thought of everything under the sun. We can't have discourse, discussion, and debate. It's all coming to an end. And it's not just Trump winning. It is the left admitting it. I want to play you this clip from Morning Joe. Mika Brzezinski.
Do we have to?
We have to. We absolutely have to. If it wasn't for us, where would Morning Joe and Joy Reid and Rachel Maddow, where would they get their audience,
That's absolutely true. By the way, Jon Stewart last night took a flamethrower to Morning Joe.
Oh, did he? Yeah. Oh, wow. Do you have that coming up for the cut sheet?
I can. Yes.
Okay. So now Mika decided to, and this is always riveting. You guys know I will not read an entire column on the radio. I'm not going to sit here and read an entire article. I'll try to sum it up the best I can, and then we'll give our opinion to it. So Maureen Dowd wrote for the New York Times over the weekend an article called Democrats and the Case of Mistaken Identity Politics. And because husband and wife had nothing better to do with to fill their time in a segment on television, they decided to actually read verbatim the entire column on the Morning Joe show. Now, I won't bore you to death with an entire segment of Morning Joe, but I will give you about 2 minutes. This is Mika Brzezinski reading this editorial written on Saturday by Maureen Dowd of the New York Times, basically saying woke has gone broke. Listen and watch this. Sean, this is clip K1, please.
Because we're going to read the entire piece, but it's worth it. I think a lot of people have already been talking about this. We got a lot of calls about this piece, and it's an interesting message for Democrats. Maureen Dowd's piece for the New York Times entitled Democrats and the Case of Mistaken Identity Politics. It really crystallized how some Democrats are finally waking up and realizing that woke is broke. And Maureen writes this: Donald Trump won a majority of white women and remarkable numbers of black and Latino voters and young men. Democratic insiders thought people would vote for Kamala Harris, even if they didn't like her, to get rid of Trump. But more people ended up voting for Trump, even though many didn't like him, because they liked the Democratic Party less. I've often talked about how my dad stayed up all night on the night Harry Truman was elected because he was so excited. And my brother stayed up all night the first time Trump was elected because he was so excited. And I felt that Democrats would never recover that kind of excitement until they could figure out why they had turned off so many working class voters over the decades, and why they had developed such disdain toward their once loyal base. Democratic candidates have often been avatars of elitism. Michael Dukakis, Al Gore, John Kerry, Hillary Clinton, and second-term Barack Obama. The party embraced a worldview of hyper-political correctness, condescension, and cancellation. And it supported diversity statements for job applicants and faculty lounge terminology like Latinx and Black, Indigenous people of color. This alienated half of the country or more. And the chaos and anti-Semitism at many college campuses certainly didn't help. When the woke police came at you, Rahm Emanuel told me, you don't even get your Miranda rights read to you. There were a lot of Democrats barking, people who don't represent anybody, he said, and the leadership of the party was intimidated.
All right, so there you go. I could actually just listen to that clip on loop for the rest of my life, because that whole nonsense that we had to live through for 4, 6, 8 years was one of, not the, but one of the driving forces behind me getting into this line of work. And I remember, Greg, when I interviewed with you, I told you, Trump supporter, this, that, the other thing. But a lot of this cancel culture, woke, this stuff where it's like, wait a minute, now all of a sudden, remember stories like, if you're a college football fan, the Florida Gators, they do the Gator Chomp.
Yeah.
They tried to cancel that because it was symbolic of when, hundreds of years ago that black babies were fed to alligators. The Masters golf tournament is symbolic of racism, and they should remove the name of the Masters. Like, you guys have lost your ever-loving minds.
It's funny to me. It's funny to me now that like Maureen Joe and Maureen Dowd, and I give Maureen Dowd credit a little bit because she does call out a lot of the nonsense on both sides. But it's really like, if Morning Joe and they really want to look in the mirror, like look at all the people who used to be Democrats. Joe Rogan, Tulsi Gabbard, Elon Musk. They all left because of the woke crap.
Yep.
Bill Maher calls it out all the time. He didn't leave, but like I think that if anybody but Trump was the candidate, he may have.
Yeah.
So there are people in your own party that are calling it out, that are saying to you, guys, this is a bad direction for this country. You're not going to win on this. They're like, we know better. And now all of a sudden, now that the American people have spoken, they're like, wow, I guess we should have really maybe not done the woke thing.
Yeah.
That probably was a bad idea. So,
and
sorry.
It just crept into every aspect of your life, right? Like if you're a parent, Dawn, I'm sure you might have stories at football games or with the kids at school or whatever. Maybe it's not as much in a private school versus a public school. It bled into social media, academia at colleges, big tech. I mean, across the board, it was just jammed down our throat. And anybody that spoke up against the absurdity or could figure out what was going on behind the scene with motives was like, well, you must be racist or sexist or this or that. And it's like, no, it's just, whether it's DEI, CRT, cancel culture, on down the list, almost nobody subscribes to the theory, yet we were all forced to believe that this is what the masses wanted. And it never was the case.
Yeah, I just think, Mika, you should just put like a little whip sound in there, put some black boots up. She's still is so terse in her voice, and she reads this. She's reading with such anger and animosity.
Yep.
And I noticed that. I mean, Maureen Dowd, obviously, she's a great writer. You might not agree with, she's obviously liberal, but she's a fantastic writer. And but I just think with Mika, I can't help but think to myself how they are right now very upset. Personally upset that Trump, who was their friend for a long time, apparently, who they sucked up to and stayed at Mar-a-Lago together before they were married and married to other people, whatever. But they're just angry.
Yep. And
that's what you see.
Yeah, you're right. And James Carville is even saying the same thing. He said the Democrat Party had become obsessed with identitarianism, a word he uses because he doesn't like the term woke. He said, quote, we could never wash off the stench of it, adding that, quote, defund the police are the three stupidest words in the English language. He says it's, quote, like when you get smoke on your clothes and you have to wash them again and again. Now people are running away from it like the devil runs away from holy water. That is Democrat strategist James Carville.
Well, he's another one, too, that if you really listen to stuff he said pre-6 months ago, he was the one saying the unpopular thing. Like, we sound like a bunch of whiny babies, and we need to stop listening to the faculty lounge and all of that stuff. He was another one that was calling it out. So I don't understand how all of a sudden all of these pundits were paid millions of dollars, millions of dollars, now come to the conclusion that, oh, by the way, this probably wasn't a way to win an election.
I think there's a difference between guys like Carville that are strategists versus puppets like Mika and Joe. Mika and Joe, keep in mind, they shouldn't be sitting there saying, oh, man, this woke thing, we should have seen this coming on. No, they kept jamming it down your throat, just like they tried to tell you Joe was just fine, right? Mika and Joe, remember, in March and April and May, were saying, no, this is the best Joe Biden we've ever seen. Joe Biden's not in cognitive decline. And then all of a sudden on June 28th, the day after the debate, Joe and Mika are like, you know what? He's shot. He's got to go. Like, yeah, no crap.
Yeah.
We've been calling it for 3 years.
And you wonder because, again, they're both smart people. They are. So you have to wonder if a dummy like me, and yes, I'm only throwing myself under the bus, if a dummy like me can realize this, then they certainly did, but they were just lying to you.
Yes, of course.
They were lying to you.
Because they're collecting a massive paycheck. That's why. 855-839-1210.
I can't with this. I can't with this all of a sudden now we're like, well, maybe we should have done this and maybe we should have done that.
It's the same thing with Stern. Stern, I think earlier this week or late last week after the election coming out and saying, looks like white men were the bugaboo for Kamala Harris. White men aren't going to elect a female for president. And to me, like I said last week, I still think there's a little bit of that out there where a man's not going to vote for a woman for president. But for the most part, collectively, the massive amount, it was policy. It was unlikable. It was so many wrongs of the last 4 years. It had very little to do with race or gender. And then Howard Stern's like, we got a man problem. Yeah, you think? You think? Because the Democrat Party has become like, and I don't think I'm wrong when I say this. Dawn, if you think I'm wrong, hammer me over the head. It's the party of like a feminist movement. It's like, and CNN had exit polling numbers yesterday. Married men largely voted Trump. Married women largely voted Trump. Single men still voted Trump by a smaller margin. You know what the one group of women, the one group of people out there that voted Kamala Harris over Trump? Single women. It's become the party of feminists and beta males and global and coastal elitists. They don't resonate with the bulk of this country anymore. They lost their way.
You know, I'm going to push back a little bit with you saying it was the policy, because to me, it was evil. It was evil that had crept into this every sense of our government, indoctrination, the education system. It was pure evil, and it was wrong. Mm-hmm. And I think that's, at the end of the day, what I see when I look back, and I think, my God, how many of us would just say on a daily basis, I'm just praying. I think so many people just started praying because you felt like in every aspect of your life, you were being canceled out. You were being bullied in some way or judged. And it's almost like like back in the day with the Puritans. I'm surprised they didn't like put a door on us with rocks over it. And you know what I mean? It was just bizarre.
Yep.
But at the end of the day, to me personally, it was evil.
Yep.
And now the good comes.
And here's the thing, too. We realize that the older you get, you end up tending to be and skew more conservative. So Democrats are in deep crap because we already know that the millennial or the Gen Xer will only probably get a little bit more conservative as they get older. And we also know that the Gen Zer, especially right around high school age boys, right, like 18 to 22, they're already conservative.
You say that, but the truth is, how many times have we said that these were the most activated were these women? I mean, Greg played some of them,
right,
who were like over the age of 65, 70-ish.
Yep.
These women who I saw that we talked about, they were like lining the streets in the mornings when you're going to the grocery store on a Saturday or Sunday morning. Yeah. And they're lining the streets with their abortion signs.
If it didn't happen,
they weren't
this
young.
Time, well, that's true. But also, if it didn't, to your point, if that didn't turn out this time around in the general for the first time a presidential election post Roe v. Wade, I honestly think we can sit here and say, moving forward, that, and I'm not saying everybody has accepted it, but I think you've said it before. It's a state's issue now. So I don't know that abortion is enough anymore. If abortion was ever enough to carry the Democrats to victory, it would have happened this time. So think about 4 years from now, the further we get removed from Roe v. Wade. It'll be an issue. It'll always be, for some females, a top 5 thing, but it's not going to carry the day.
I disagree with that. I think if the economy was better, I think it would have carried the day more.
So you think priorities kicked in?
I think that at the end of the day, people were just the immigration issue and the economy. I think just completely
trumped everything.
Completely trumped everything.
Yeah. And to Greg's point, I will say that the abortion, in the Maine election that we've just seen, you're going to see something like abortion, that issue get drowned out because of these bigger issues. However, it's not gone. So now coming up on all the other municipal elections we're going to see, we will see this issue again and again. It's not, the issue is not done with. nobody should think that. But I just will say this, that this progressivism that we've seen, to me, when you look at what they were trying to do, and unfortunately, it did bleed into Biden, who's a well-known politician. He's been around for a long time, and I think that's why you've seen people like Greg, you were mentioning, all of these different Democrats, longtime Democrats that said, whoa, what is going on? This is cray-cray.
Yep.
This is bizarre. And it was. It was truly bizarre. And to me, that's the lesson learned here. Who was behind this so-called progressive move? It's not progressive. It's just downright darn evil.
Well, and it went further left than progressive, like the traditional progressivism of Bernie Sanders, universal health care for all. This to me was off the grid left, right? Like it was even left of progressive.
Yeah, because I don't think Bernie's evil. Like, remember him with his little mittens and his hot tubs that he has to have when he stays at a hotel. Like, I don't think Bernie's evil. No, I don't.
He's just a hypocrite. You know, he hates capitalism but charges $95 for his book.
But also, this was something weird going on.
I'm not taking credit for this. I saw this on Twitter, I think, or X. Actually,
Can we stop getting our news from Twitter?
I think it was Will Kane who tweeted back to somebody said the Democrats don't need to go on Joe Rogan. They need to find their own Joe Rogan.
That's a good
point. They need to find their soul.
And Will Kane tweeted something like, "You guys had your own Joe Rogan. His name was Joe Rogan.
That's true.
He was a social was a liberal Democrat.
He was a Bernie guy
who you've turned away 100%.
Yes,
100%.
I think he was a Bernie guy like 6 years ago.
And it's just like, guys. Even a couple days ago, he was interviewing Theo Vaughn, and he was just like, I would have loved to talk to Kamala Harris. I wanted to get to the real person. I wanted to talk to her. Like, he was not gonna kneecap her.
I think you're right.
He really honestly wanted to speak to her. At the end of the day, it wouldn't have mattered. I really believe it wouldn't have mattered. No. But like he was willing to talk to her.
Mm-hmm. No, I don't think she was afraid of him being grilling her with questions about the border. But he has a very casual conversation where he pivots from topic to topic, and then he just kind of randomly blurts things out, like the Epstein list, or he starts going down those rabbit holes, and you just know she's got nothing to offer on those topics. So they don't want to she didn't want to be put in an awkward position where she can't have anything to say. I mean, she can't even talk about the basic issues, much less the juicy, conspiratorial stuff that we love to, go down rabbit holes with.
By the way, I don't want to spend, because we've done 6 months on this election. And
Let's do another 6.
I want to be done with it, but I just wanted to give everybody the updated totals on popular vote count. Trump, 78.5 million votes.
It's up. I told you 77 to 78 million would be his number.
Harris, 76.2 million votes. Other, 2.6 million. So that's a total of 157 million votes. Obviously, the total, or the record total was in 2020 with 158 million.
Yep.
So it was only about a million off.
Not bad.
For all those people saying it was 15 million off, it wasn't. It was just that it was her that like 10 million people went either with Trump or
sat home. Yep. And now that number is down to, for her, 5 below what Joe was at 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Right. So we can cue up where did the other 5 million people go?
What I find interesting and I'm just looking at some general maps and general numbers, but RFK Jr., even though he wasn't running, still got nearly 700,000 votes. Jill Stein,
oh my God,
and he basically Jill Stein got maybe 750,000 votes, but to get together, they got a ton of votes.
Yeah, 2.6 million got other. I mean, that's staggering.
So, so that explains why they spent all that money, probably too late.
Yep.
But they spent all that money against Jill Stein, especially.
The Trump margin for the popular vote is plus 1.5. So, and Tipping Point had Trump at 2.1.
Okay.
So I think they were pretty they're pretty spot on there.
All right, 7:47. We're late as hell as always. We'll come back and get to the cut sheet. Probably give me we'll say 7:56. We'll kick this bad boy off. Sean Ferris coming up at 8:30. But first, a word from the great folks at the Piazza Auto Group. And now we are talking about the 2025 lineup, and they've been out for a while already. Specifically, the Hyundai Tucson, the brand's most popular SUV. Bold new design with plenty of cargo space, while the standard all-wheel drive and great gas mileage keeps you prepared for any adventure, right? Life is all about adventures, whether it's trip to the shore, maybe you're heading up to the Poconos, heading out to your kid's weekend ball game. The SUV from the Hyundai Tucson company, oh man, they've got you covered in every facet of life. It also protects you and your family with best-in-class safety. That's right, because you want to make sure that the wife and the kids are safe and secure. Visit Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown, just off of Route 422, or in Westchester on Route 202. Online right now. Do it before we get to the cut sheet. You'll be glad you did. PiazzaHyundai.com.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Rich Zeol. You know I travel a lot, right? I'm in New York, I'm on the road, I'm in Pittsburgh, covering the election. Well, you know I gotta have a VPN so I can secure my Wi-Fi connection wherever I am. That's why I use VPN from DuckDuckGo Privacy Pro. Privacy Pro is great. It includes the DuckDuckGo VPN, personal information removal, and identity theft restoration. 3 features for the price of 1. Listen, when you are on the road, or even when you're home, you gotta have your Wi-Fi connection secure. And with DuckDuckGo VPN, it's secured anytime, anywhere, at home, at work, abroad, coffee shop, hotel, wherever you are. And nobody's tracking your data. It's great. It hides your location from sites you visit, and because your connection is encrypted, even your internet service provider can't see your traffic. Look, do it today. Go to duckduckgo.com/1210. Duckduckgo.com/1210. Get a week on us, and it's only $9.99 a month. Duckduckgo.com/1210.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at Newman Goretti High School in South Philly, Saturday, November 23rd. It's the story of Philly sports through music.
I loved it. I didn't know what to expect. I wasn't sure I'd like it, but I'll tell you, I'm glad I came. Best ever.
He reinvented himself. It was really good, man.
The music, the singing, you laugh, you tear it up.
That's Conklin and City Rhythm at Newman Goretti High School in South Philly, November 23rd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
There's breaking news all day long from around the world, and sometimes all that noise makes it hard to hear about what's happening right here at home. With the free Odyssey app, getting your local news plus breaking news is easy. And even when you're not near a radio, stay connected with what's going on right here by listening live and push alerts. Just download the free Odyssey app and search and follow your local news station, and you're good to go. The local breaking news to get you through your day at your fingertips on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
California Psychics is the real deal. They helped me out, totally changed my attitude, totally got me psyched to start my business and to take a new path in my life.
At California Psychics, we only connect our customers with the best. We reject 98% of the psychics who apply to us, so we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. New customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
You can live out your MasterChef dreams when you find a professional on Angie to tackle your dream kitchen remodel. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Here's retirement phase expert Phil Cannella with today's report.
Many investors spend a lifetime building their investment accounts. You can think of that as a retirement vessel, taking you through your retirement years. And you are the captain of your retirement vessel. But if your savings are tied up in traditional investments, you risk having that vessel commanded by the government or the banks. Due to the passage of the Dodd-Frank Act in 2010, investors' retirement savings may not be secure if their funds are sitting in a bank. In reality, banks big and small are sharks, capable of taking deadly bites of your retirement savings during a financial crisis. Rather than bailing out banks like in 2008 and 2009, the Dodd-Frank established a bail-in technique, which authorizes banks to use the depositors' funds to maintain its own solvency. Since the FDIC only insures up to $250,000 of a depositor's savings, amounts exceeding $250,000 in any bank are at a lethally high risk of being taken without ever being returned to keep that bank alive. Many depositors with struggling banks face the lethal risk of these sharks taking a deadly bite out of your retirement vessel. Find out the safe alternatives that are available to you and how you can maintain control of your retirement future by seeking out the knowledge of a retirement phase expert today.
To hear more stories that will impact your financial future, join Phil Cannella and Joanne Small this Saturday at 11 a.m. on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
I'm serious. Think about it.
Kayal and Company, 7:54. Mostly serious on this show. Occasionally not serious. Like when I decided to interrupt Dawn's news this morning and pontificate as to whether or not the poor lady that was struck at a Taco Bell actually drove her wheelchair through the drive-thru itself. I don't know. I'm going to donate my brain once I'm dead. Got to be something in there that's wrong.
By the way, has that woman been identified?
No.
Did she survive?
No.
Oh.
No, she was killed.
Yeah.
I'm going to go
Horrifying.
send myself down to HR later today. Disaster.
No, they were saying she went through the Taco Bell, so you're just wondering.
Right.
So she was in the store, got her food, and then and by all accounts, if that person had just turned themselves in immediately or stopped.
Yeah.
Even if obviously it was a horrible accident, it would seem, but the longer it goes, and then they did say that when they were looking at all the surveillance imagery, they said it sure appeared that the person in the SUV at some point was captured on surveillance images.
I know.
Down the road, inspecting his vehicle.
We have a speeding problem in this country too. How many times have you talked about pedestrians being struck by moving vehicles where they're ejected from, whatever? And they remember the lady about a month ago that went 100 and some feet and they couldn't find her.
I know.
It's just, you don't do that with the speed limit at 35. You don't do that to somebody if you're driving 37 miles an hour. You're probably going 60.
Yeah. Well, you have to. A couple of things. In this case, it was dark. It was pitch dark. It was in the wee hours of the morning.
Yeah.
And so the wheelchair was crossing over.
Yep.
Obviously the person in the wheelchair thought there's no traffic, so it was a horrible situation. But
yeah. Oh, well. All right. 7:56. Let's get to it. It's time for a Tuesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Tuesday? Sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo. Right now, lease an all-wheel drive XC90 for as low as $687 per month using all applicable rebates. Say that 10 times fast. See store for details. Relationships really do matter at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Applicable. Why can I not say that?
I say applicable, just because it comes out easier for me. I get caught up on applicable. It doesn't flow as well.
Dawn ruling. Applicable or applicable?
Applicable.
I go applicable. I've heard it both ways though.
Using all applicable rebates? No, that's not right.
You could say applicable. I've heard both.
Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Jim Kelly, can you grab the stuff off the printer for me, please? If you're listening, hopefully you are.
It's so funny when you say a word over and over, then it starts sounding weird.
I know.
Yeah.
applicable rebates. No, it's applicable. Applicable.
Let's not, YouTube. The YouTube chat will solve it.
Hey,
for
YouTube
us.
chat, solve this for us.
Is it applicable or applicable?
Just go to Cherry Hill Volvo.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Jim Kelly.
And by the way, Sean Farish hears everything perfectly, so I believe we are connected with Farish.
Oh, good.
Yes.
Good. Radio 101. Have to hear everything. All right, Michael Strahan, Giants legend, and is on what Good Morning America.
Mm-hmm.
He's facing backlash online over the way he stood during the national anthem on Sunday for the NFL on Fox Special Veterans Day broadcast from the San Diego Naval Base. When cameras panned to the Fox crew, each analyst had their hand over their heart, aside from Strahan, who stood with his hands clasped in front of him. Now, I want to ask you guys this, because we're quick to rip people for doing this. We'll watch the video. Dawn, I want you to watch it as well, Nick, and tell me if this is just, are we making too much of this, because social media ripped him for this.
I did see this.
So look, I'm let's roll it.
Okay.
Lovely rendition, by the way.
Oh yes.
There it is. Okay.
So you got Gronk, you got Jimmy Johnson, the rest of the Fox guys, all with their hand on their heart, and you have Strahan with his hands down clasped below his waist.
Yep.
Now, I will say a couple of things. I wasn't sure what the correct rule of thumb is for this, because I remember for the Pledge of Allegiance in school, we put our hand over our hearts, we stand up, we do the Pledge of Allegiance. I have, whether it was playing high school football or I just went to my alma mater on Friday night for their district playoff game to see them play, and we all stand, for the national anthem, the high school band plays. And you always take your hat off. I mean, I've given the story in the past where my old man would whack me in the back of the head when I was a little punk and tell me to take my hat off, whether it's a winter cap because it's freezing out or a ball cap. Now, I have done both. I've put my hand over my heart for the national anthem during football games when I've been in attendance and standing. I've had my hands, if you can see on YouTube, I've had them, kind of behind my back, and I kind of sway along to the song. I've had him down clasped like Strahan. I feel like it's a bit of an overreaction because everybody else next to him has the hand to the heart, but I don't know what the official official rule is, so to speak.
I mean, he didn't take a knee.
No, right. This is not a Kaepernick situation. Yeah. But I do think the timing of it is interesting because it's the day before Veterans Day, and it's a 6-person pregame panel with Kurt Menefee, Bradshaw, Howie Long, Gronk, and I think one other person plus Strahan, and he's sticking out like a sore thumb because he's the only one not doing it. So I don't know. I mean, if we have any listeners that say you always do hand over heart.
I do want to hear what Dawn has to say, but I'm just going through the YouTube chat. It's a very mixed bag on YouTube right now, and I'm just going to them because they're reacting in real time. Heaven01 says, yes, it's a deliberate move. Patty C says you'd have to care about Strahan to make this an issue.
Plus, he's a former Giant. I know a lot of Eagle fans were tweeting about it over the weekend.
No Lib says, as a veteran, I have no problem with this.
Okay. Yeah, I would defer to the vets. Dawn, when you're at the ball game for the boys on a Friday night, do you always go hand over heart?
Yeah, that's the protocol.
That's what I thought it was, but I wasn't sure.
So I think, okay, normally if he were just Joe Schmo standing like that, you would think, well, he is standing respectfully. He's standing at, like in a very proper way.
Yeah.
But because he's Michael Strahan and you know that you're a famous person and you know that the national anthem is playing, everybody else has their hand over their heart, which is the usual and proper protocol. So why is he doing that? Does he feel, I mean, it's worth a question to say, do you feel that because of the taking the knee controversy, do you feel like you have to sort of straddle the issue? And that's sad to me if that's true.
I would just flat out ask him, like, did you know that you did? I mean, he could have been just totally. I mean, I don't know. Do you think he knew?
You're standing there for what feels like an eternity. Everybody else has their hand over their heart.
So what do you think the motive is? Is this an anti-Trump being elected sign of protest? I mean, what do we?
I think that to me, the way I read it is that he's conscious of the fact that, in particular, some African Americans, famous African American players, have taken a knee.
Mm-hmm.
He's conscious of that, and so he's trying to straddle the issue.
I'd love to
So
know
he's
if
standing with respect, but he's not going to go to the extent of the proper protocol to put his hand over his heart. But to be punished, some people have said he should be punished.
God.
No, he's standing respectfully.
Yeah.
I just think that he probably feels like he wants to mitigate any criticism that he's putting his hand over his heart.
I believe he is. I believe he's on social media. I'll look it up as we continue with the cut sheet, see if he's tweeted about it or issued a statement. I'm sure he's been asked.
He didn't, but he honored his father, who is a veteran.
Okay.
He says, "Thank you to all the veterans and active service members who courageously risk their lives to protect us every day. Your selfless service is beyond measure. This is my hero. It is also my father, Maj Gene W. Strahan Sr. He's, I'm sorry, Major. That's a bad job by me. I was Maj. Major
applicable,
Major
whatever.
Gene W. Strahan Sr. He served for 23 years in the Army and was a proud member of the 82nd Airborne Division.
Mm-hmm.
So if you look at the way, so I'm not reading too much into this, but here, Sean, if you can zoom in on my camera here, this is the way his father was standing in this picture with his hands clasped.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know. Maybe he was trying to mimic that. I don't know.
According to the New York Post, Fox Sports has no plans to discipline Strahan for the incident, which is being addressed internally. They say Strahan may address what happened at a later date, but he may decide against doing so because, quote, he doesn't want to give the controversy more life.
There you go.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Fox Sports was asked if they would punish him, and they did put out some kind of a statement that they're not going to, quote unquote, fine him or punish him.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's the correct thing to do. But it is, I don't know. They're saying that some people are outraged. I'm not outraged.
I mean, social media is outraged, which is
shocking.
You go.
Social media is outraged over everything.
But I do think it's just one of those things you go, huh?
Yeah.
Everybody else has their hand over their heart.
Yep.
And at first I looked at it and said, well, he's holding a microphone, so is it the mic? But everybody else has the microphone in their left hand.
Got it.
And then their heart, their right hand is over their heart.
All
right. All right, let me ask you guys this. This was taken from AOC yesterday. At least she's been on Instagram since the election, and she's asking Trump supporters to come on and tell her what social media accounts they follow, what podcasts they listen to. It's a whole thing. She's trying to interact with them like they're zoo animals. But let me ask you, Nick, Kayal, Dawn Stensland, this question. Do you think she was taking a shot at Kamala Harris with this statement she made? So this is her explaining the election results. And notice what she says in here. And I wanted to ask you guys if you think this is a veiled shot at Kamala Harris.
Okay.
Play AOC, Sean.
Personally, I don't. I think that a lot of voters really don't like fake people, and they're sick and tired of fake politicians. And so what I actually think is worse is saying something you don't believe. And so if during the entire time in campaign season, you're saying that you're down with trans people or the LGBT community, and then you lose an election, and then the next day you say all that stuff was wrong. I actually think what people are more upset about is someone was doing something they didn't believe and just saying something. If you actually weren't about that life, why did you campaign as though you were?
So the question in that TikTok is, do you buy that the argument of woke loses elections? And her response to that, obviously you heard there, is no, but we can't have fake politicians. Absolutely a direct, that's not even veiled. It's a direct shot at Kamala Harris.
That's what I thought too. But,
And the answer is yes, woke does now lose elections, and it's run its course. It's over. And Kamala really sunk the ship when, she said years ago about funding on taxpayer dollars illegal immigrants in our country that commit crimes, having transgender sex surgeries in prison on Bob Johnson's tax dollar. That's going to lose you an election every time. And also, I saw the word there, Latinx was put in there. So you have, and I think it was Mika and Joe were going off like, what the hell does Latinx even mean? Who talks like that? These ridiculous little things that a teacher puts up on their desk that says, my pronouns are she/hers. What are yours?
Yeah.
Like, that's going to lose. Dudes in women's sports, that's going to lose. Remember the Gallup poll, 79% of Americans are against biological men being in female bathrooms. Yet they were trying to run on this when it was a select minority of people that were on board with it.
Yeah, but so here's the problem I have with even AOC or Mika Brzezinski with her very, I don't know, some people are on social media saying it's kind of sexy, like she's like, oh, you will, I don't know. I know it's hysterical. People's interpretations of all of this.
Yeah, I never put Mika and sexy in the same sentence, but that's just me.
With she's
would not.
Older women, sure. She looks like she'd be like.
Mika is very fit. She has I'm just going to come out and say it because I'm a woman. Mika has a rockin' body.
Wow,
I'm just going to tell you that.
Yeah,
she is.
She's saying it.
So she.
Dawn, cover your ears real quick. Greg, AOC or Mika?
No, stop. I'm
to
just
be honest
saying,
with you, bro. I think I would do Mika.
These are all very attractive, smart, fit women.
Yeah.
So it's all good.
Yes, Dawn, take control.
Don't go down the rabbit hole, people.
Go ahead.
Okay, but so take away from all of those distractions for a moment. It's not about the Vice President Harris. It's not about any of these individuals. If you look at what was normalized, what was really normalized was hatred. And the ironic piece of this, that the signs that say hate has no home here, but they were allowed to hate and discriminate against anybody who was a Trump supporter, was a MAGA mom especially. I'll never forget all the different instances. And I finally blocked some people. I don't really like the philosophy of blocking or muting people, but just the hatred, the vitriol, and it was normalized. It was allowed from the top. And even whether Joe Biden personally even realized what was happening during that, it really started for me when I really noticed this during that Philadelphia speech right in front of our own Independence Hall with the red lit background, the United States Marines.
Darth Biden.
Yeah, Darth Biden, like dun, dun, dun. It was, and I don't even know that Joe Biden reading a speech from a teleprompter, whether he realized all of this.
Right.
But the bottom line is this hatred for people. This was what was being spewed, and then the indoctrination at the school level. And these are public schools, private schools, university schools. We now know all of that money from Qatar was being funneled. That's more than $500 million. All of this ton of money from the Middle East into the schools to promote a certain agenda. And all of this played into what we saw. And so it was this apathy, this lack of empathy for our fellow citizens. That was another thing that was just being spewed, that even nobody wants to have the conversation. Times that on our shows we try to say, hey, let's have the conversation. Let's open this up. And if somebody wants to call in, no matter what you think, let's have the conversation. What would they do? They would just spew nasty personal attacks. Why? Because that was the agenda of evil. So I'm not saying it's one individual. I'm saying that a lot of people didn't even fully realize what was going on. Mm-hmm. But that's what we all have to open our eyes to, that it happened. And so what has that done? look at the mental health problems within our young people right now. This is serious at the high school level. They're hiring all of these different counselors, making policies of what to do. It's real with kids. Kids as young as like 10 years old. Your daughter's ages, Nick. I mean, this mental health thing is bad. It's nasty. It's pervasive. And this is what we're left with right now. And so that's, to me, the root of this evil that somehow infiltrated into all these different levels. That's what we all need to figure out and say, this is deeper than politics, okay? We can never let this seep into and then have these tentacles that go so far into our government and our institutions. And that's what I think, in part, this Biden administration, not that, again, I don't think Harris or Biden specifically, personally, wanted to do this.
Yep.
But this evil was allowed to be pervasive within their administration because they were not the true leaders that we need.
What's the old adage? You can't let the inmates run the asylum, and that's kind of what happened.
It's scary to me.
Can we get back to Mika versus AOC?
Absolutely.
Craig's just like,
I don't know.
sexy.
I'm sitting here. No, I'm just kidding.
YouTube poll question.
No, do not. It's a joke. Kathy Griffin said that she's actually not leaving the country.
What a shocker.
She never said that. So she never said that she's going to leave the country.
Swore I've heard tape and seen quotes of it, but okay.
By the way, if you're watching this video, oofa.
Yeah. No, it's a no for you, sir.
No, well,
stop. But she's not even funny anymore.
No.
That whole thing where
she never was, Dawn.
No,
she never was. No, she wasn't.
Remember the old
talk
Trump,
about that.
the old Trump head that she was carrying around?
She used to be a guest on Stern, and it was just like it was an immediate turn the channel. You know what I mean? Because she just was not funny.
But she's not funny, and she's all of these people. Look at all these celebrities. They're angry. They're hateful.
Mental.
They have. I think they all need to do a self-check.
Yeah. All right, play Kathy.
Hi, you guys. It's me, Kathy. Okay, so I am responding to a bunch of the comments that I've been getting. Look, sometimes I read the comments. Sometimes my security folks advise me to not read them. Look, I'm not leaving the country. All right? I never said that. I was never one of these celebrities, D-list or otherwise, that was like, and if Trump gets reelected, I'm leaving the country and I'm going here and I'm going to do this. Obviously, I didn't want him to win. But if you guys know my story at all, and if you don't, just Google Kathy Griffin, Donald Trump. I've already tussled with him. I've tussled with him 7 years ago, and I prevailed, and I, just played Carnegie Hall 2 weeks ago, and by the way, literally kissed the stage. There's a big lipstick mark that's still there probably. What's going to happen now, especially with Project 2025,
oh, there it
is yet to be seen how much they're going to do of it. But I definitely suggest that you read Project 2025. It's not that difficult of a read at all. It's not a book. But I have had the knock at the door. So don't come at me and don't be talking to me about, you should be so scared, Kathy, and I'm sure you're packing your bags.
Oh, my God.
She's unrecognizable.
I know. What is going on there? What is that about? Is that a mental... Another person that I think has had their brain broken by Donald Trump. It's really amazing. And yes, I believe she has said multiple times, just like Barbara Streisand and these other nut jobs, that they are going to leave the country, which I always say, good, go. Nobody cares if you stay. You don't need to make these proclamations, and we all know you're full of crap anyway. But you know what's interesting? Just to take like a really, really deep dive on why I think Trump has broken the brains of so many people. Because if you look at it's not the policy. So it's his words, it's his presentation. And I think the reason so many people are just mentally rocked by this guy is the fact that he does not do it in the prototypical, stereotypical presidential way. And we were all born and raised and educated that, presidents looked a certain way, they talked a certain way. We always saw them in a suit, and we want to believe what they say, or at least lie to our face and do it like a salesman, like the Gavin Newsom with the slick look. And here comes Trump, and he just takes a whole flamethrower to it. And I'm not going to sit here and tell people what to believe when it comes to religion. I'm religious. Dawn, I know you're religious. Greg, you're not necessarily the most religious person.
No, I'm not religious.
Yes.
You can say it.
I just don't want to put words in anybody's mouth.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
But it would be the equivalent, and maybe this is a bad analogy, but one day, right, we are told that, the afterlife is real. And I know there's going to be some people that get hot and bothered, but don't take this the wrong way, because I believe there's an afterlife. But what if there's not? And what if we found out before we died? This is really deep, by the way.
Oh, man. What are we doing?
Where am I going here?
My
but
Lord.
I actually do know where I'm going here.
Okay, good.
What if we were told that it was all nonsense, right? Well, it would shatter our belief system, because we were told, we went to church, we went to Catholic school, we did catechism and the whole thing, right?
You wouldn't. I'm sorry.
You did the whole bit, right? And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, wait a minute, I was told something and it's not true, right? And then all of a sudden you're like, wow, man, my belief system is shattered. Like, I thought it was. It's the same thing with Trump with politics. He is such a unicorn, one of one, that these people, like the Keith Olbermanns, and we can debate whether it's an act and a shtick that these people go nuts over or it's real, like the TikTok meltdowns, right? These women that are losing their ever-loving mind because Donald Trump was elected president. Like, he broke the mold of what you were told a president is supposed to be like, and you can't come to grips with it. But if you just remove your emotion and you look at it's just common sense. So what I would say, my ask, like Vivek Ramaswamy said yesterday, is for the anti-Trump people out there, just look at his policy for the economy, the border, the wars, and things like that, and ask yourself, is it really that radical? I really don't think it is. Yes, he says a bunch of goofy things at times, but he's a showman. He's an entertainer, right? And I would rather him say what he really thinks and it be off the cuff and it might be cringe and you're like, oh, boy, the Trump team, we're going to have to walk this one back. Trump stepped on another landmine again. Then have a guy like Bill Clinton or John Kerry just lying to me. Well, he looks the part. Damn the part. Give me the real substance. Hopefully all that made sense. Sorry if I went down the religious road, but I tried to tie it all back together.
Yeah, the dopey thing about this whole Heritage Foundation, you still see people doing that. They did it at the DNC. Mm-hmm. And the reason it doesn't really stay, the Heritage Foundation has been around since the Nixon administration. And I think it gained more traction during the Reagan administration, and basically anti-communism, pro-business, small government, dealing with deficits, that sort of thing. But over the years, I just don't think anybody ever said that, a certain president wrote it or was going to completely adopt it until now. And so that's the piece of this that they basically a lot of the media took the bait. Yeah. Because the truth is they had nothing. They had nothing to run on. Yep. They had horrible candidates. They had failures. They had a failed just a nightmare. Yep. And especially with this immigration issue. So what did they glom onto? Oh, the Heritage Foundation. You know what I mean? It's just so stupid.
It's always one boogeyman, right? First it's Trump, and now it's Elon Musk. Now it's Latino men are against women. They should be in the kitchen. Every time there's a success for a Republican or for Trump, they've got to find who's to blame for that happening, as opposed to looking themselves in the mirror. Terrible candidate, terrible message, failed policy. You don't have to go looking for homophobia or transphobia. It's right there on the wall, the nuts and bolts you're failing at. So you don't need to look for option 13. It's options 1 through 5 as to why the Democrats failed. And guys like Carville are talking about it.
Speaking of evil, this mother on TikTok, this is cut 3, Sean. This mother calls her sons who voted for Trump evil.
Oh, gosh.
Why do if you have this family dynamic where you're you think that he's the Antichrist and blah 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 blah, like, why are you broadcasting it on TikTok?
Because you're mentally ill.
Thank you.
Right.
Like, it's just literally airs their dirty laundry with everything.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous.
I mean, trust me, we all, and I'm guilty of it as well, putting out too much information. But
You are.
I do feel like when
And you do.
when you're a host or a personality, it ingratiates yourself with the audience. They want to connect with you.
No, we're not. I'm kidding.
But like this nonsense of like random person having meltdowns over who's elected. I hated the last 4 years on many fronts with policy and failures and this and that. But like I never like went on Facebook Live and shattered my television, right? Like I saw somebody throw like a sledgehammer through their TV. Like, what are you doing? Are you that out of control? Come on.
Sean,
I don't even know if I believe some of these.
Sean, do you have cut 3?
Let's go.
Cut 3 there. I see you scrolling. I see it.
Now, what are you guys starting? All these people on the YouTube chat are saying, I don't trust
So
Ruby.
here's a problem that I have dealing with my MAGA sons.
MAGA sons.
They get very, very offended if I say that I think that they are ignorant to some things because of their support for this rapist and felon. But here's the thing. I have two choices when I try to understand why they would support an abhorrent human that goes against every value I try to instill in them. Here's my two choices. I can believe that you are ignorant, or I can believe that you are evil. Ignorant is the kinder choice.
Okay. Well, it looks like mom's not happy with her boys. I'd love to know how old the boys are. Are they 22? Are they 30? Not sure. I would just never allow, there would never, and it's happened in my wife's side of the family where there's like serious family disputes over politics. I am never going to allow politics to divide me from a family member that I like and or love, right? Like, to me, it's just silly. You disagree, that's fine. You know, there's two different people out there that can vote for Donald Trump, and you can understand both of them. There's those that love him and vote for him, those that don't care for his antics and still vote for him because they believe he's the better choice for their bottom line. So why is that so hard to understand, appreciate, and respect? Like, if those two sons went to mom and said, look, mom, so she has two boys, right? Yeah. Let's say, I love everything Trump does. He's the greatest thing since sliced bread. I'm voting for him. Mom loses her mind. And then let's say son B says, yeah, mom, I get it. He's got some baggage. I'm not saying I'd want him to, marry my daughter. But you know what? I had more money in my pocket. I'm draft eligible. I'm not going to end up in World War III. And, we had a secure border and crime was lower. Is that a reasonable reason to vote for somebody? I would say yes. It's a reasonable reason.
Yeah. And you know what? The reason she's on here on TikTok or on social media is because she's lonely.
And her husband hates her.
Is the husband in the picture? Is the man in the picture?
I have no idea. I'm just wondering.
So I guarantee this. The reason she's on there is because her boys, her sons, they're not visiting. She's alone. That's what this individual, I feel sorry for her and I feel sad for her that because she's angry and she's hateful and she's alone. So she and the dad have split up. Her sons, do they even call? How often do they call you? You're lucky you know how they voted. Did you find that out from social media that they support Trump? Because I bet you they don't even call you. So you know what? Get off of the internet and make a nice meal, their favorite meal, and invite your sons over.
Yeah.
And cook for them.
Everything needs to be on Twitter.
And have a nice conversation or go out to dinner, whatever. But don't allow politics to separate you from your family.
It's really not worth it, right?
No.
But she's a lonely individual, and it has nothing to do with politics. She's blaming the politics. It has nothing to do with politics. She's a miserable, lonely individual, and she should look in the mirror, get some help, and try to get back with her family.
We should break for Sean.
All right.
We
Sean
have it
Farish.
all. We have it all under control. So
Yes.
I just spoke to him. We should be good.
Polymarket has it at 99% that we will pull this off error-free. And we will do that on the other side. Sean Farish, a.k.a. Donald Trump, for the first time since the electoral victory.
It's amazing.
Almost a week ago already.
Yeah.
Hard to believe a week has gone by.
It is.
Farish coming up next.
You know, when we talk about privacy, security, and oftentimes in the news, I find myself talking about these issues about, we talked about it earlier, about the issue of making sure that your home is safe and secure, getting those security cameras. But too often, people will not even hesitate to go out. Maybe it's the coffee shop. Maybe you're getting your hair done. Maybe you're at your kid's game. And you think nothing of going on your phone. And even though it tells you this is not a secure connection, you think, oh, what could possibly go wrong? And so I can tell you that I have been hacked before. I have been identity thefted twice in my life. And nowadays, if you think about it, because of social media, we're all public people. Do you know what I'm saying here? And so that's why if you want to keep your searches private and out of any data profiles, the government, or any types of legal requests, you need to use DuckDuckGo. But I want to even supersize that. Let's go beyond that. Because it's true that every time you search on DuckDuckGo, it's as if you've never been there before. But with the VPN and DuckDuckGo's Privacy Pro subscription service, it is secure. There's a no logging policy. They're not tracking you. They don't store any of your data that could connect you to your online activity. That's just one of the many features that I find I find such peace of mind, really, with the new DuckDuckGo Privacy Pro feature. So this is a 3-in-1 privacy subscription service, helps you protect your personal info from being exploited by those hackers, those scammers, the privacy invasive companies that we talk about all the time. And with Privacy Pro, DuckDuckGo's VPN does secure your Wi-Fi connection anytime, anywhere. They also have this identity theft restoration. So if your identity gets stolen, DuckDuckGo Privacy Pro is going to help you to restore it. And then for the final piece of this, and this is awesome, the personal information removal. I want to remind you that this is for desktop devices on Mac and Windows, whichever one you use. But as somebody who's on the airwaves for years, I will tell you that Privacy Pro gives me peace of mind thanks to DuckDuckGo. So here's what's going on here. Privacy Pro is going to help you remove your personal information from those creepy sites so they can't share it. They can't sell it. Get all of this that I've just talked about, all of this for $9.99 a month. As my listener, go to duckduckgo.com/1210. You get an exclusive 7-day free trial on me. So just try it. Try it. You're going to like it. And duckduckgo.com/1210. Tell them Dawn sent you.
The NBA is back in FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino is America's #1 sportsbook. Wants you to catch all of the action tonight. The Philadelphia 76ers, Joel Embiid returns against the New York Knicks. I am taking this 3-leg same-game parlay for tonight's game. I'm going to take the Sixers money line at plus 102. Joel Embiid to score the first basket and also to score 10 points. You can put a $5 bet on that, either win $37, or if it's your first bet by using FanDuel.com/Greg, you will win 3 months of NBA A League Pass for free. Just go to FanDuel.com/Greg to make every moment more this season. FanDuel.com/Greg. $5 bet will get you this. FanDuel.com/Greg. 21 and over, present in PA. After 3-month free trial, the full price of League Pass will be automatically charged monthly. Cancel anytime. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here's another great reason to use the United States Postal Service this season. When sending a package, why venture outside? Ship with USPS for a true holiday ride. Want to stay cozy and warm? There's no need to roam. With free package pickup and labels printed from home. We have over 600,000 employees always in motion. And before you know it, your gift has delivered emotion. Spread the holiday joy this season with USPS's enhanced network. Learn more at USPS.com/holidayride.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our Timeshare Exit Information Kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. One of the biggest, healthiest sales of the year is back again. Rescue Natural Supplements Black Friday sale is here. Right now, Rescue is slashing prices on every supplement with discounts up to an incredible 80% off. Rescue has a wide variety of products to address your health needs, including immunity and cholesterol support, heart health, and natural energy enhancers. Grab huge savings on omega-3s, probiotics, and a lot more. And one more thing, this Rescue Black Friday sale will run the entire month of November. So shop today at res-q.com, res-q.com, or call a Rescue product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Again, all Rescue supplements are up to 80% off during the entire month of November, so why wait? Shop massive savings on essential supplements right now at res-q.com. Do it today.
This is a commercial for California Psychics, America's most trusted psychic network. So, if you're waiting for a sign, this is it. No, really, this is it. You won't see your soulmate's face in the clouds or your career path mapped out in your cappuccino foam. This really is it. We could add some dramatic sound effects if you'd like. So what you waiting for? Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality, certified pros at Angie.com.
This football season, get yourself a win by losing. Call NJ Diet today and you will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. You'll shock family during holiday get-togethers, and more importantly, your doctor should finally be able to give you good news about your blood work. Not only that, but losing weight is linked to help boosting low T. Best of all, there are no shots or nasty side effects. Call today, 855-5NJ-DIET, or go to njdiet.com.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Hey, Mount Laurel. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
As I was saying, Kayal and Company, Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube, youtube.com/at1210WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons while you are there, as we welcome in the 45th and now 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump, back on the program. Woo! Mr. President, good to see you again. How you doing, sir?
Well, it's great to be back. You know, we were traveling last week, and I just want to say before we get started, we love Greg. He's a highly respected guy, but it's applicable, okay? That's the way we say it. Applicable. None of this applicable. What are we talking about, right? That's crazy.
Sorry, Mr. President.
But applicable, and but we love Greg. He's highly respected. He's a great
sir.
guy, and the ratings are through the roof. And, we have... we're doing very well. We won. It was too big to rig. It was bigger than Chris Christie, right? It was a big, big win. and we're very happy about it.
You blew Kamala Harris out in epic fashion. You won the popular vote, as well as sweeping all 7 of the battleground states. How sweet is this for you after what transpired for the last 4 years in your life?
Well, I love the question. You say you blew Kamala Harris out, right? Now, that's not the first time she's ever been involved in a blowout, okay?
That's not right.
And of course, I'm talking about the first time she ran for president. She got blown out, right? In 2020, she didn't get a single vote, but you sick people, your minds are going all over the place. But it's not the first time or the second time or the third time or the fourth time she's been involved in a blowout, has it? No, it's not. But we won the popular vote because we are the most popular person, right? We're the most popular president. We're the most popular person. All of our voters seem to come back from 2020. I don't know where the hell the rest of the people went, right? The Democrats, they don't know where those people went. But it is so sweet. It's the sweetest. It's the sweetest thing the world has ever seen, even sweeter than me when you look at it, which is very hard to do. But it's so sweet, and we're so happy, right, that we won the popular vote. We won the Electoral College. I got my PhD in the Electoral College. Could you believe that? A lot of people, they got to call me Dr. Don now, right? PhD in the Electoral College. And I also got along very well with, we've talked about these people, Australians. Yeah. They call me because they threw me out, and I came right back. They call me in Australia Donnie Boomerang, right? They threw me out, and I came right back with a vengeance. Yeah. They thought they had seen enough, but I'm back and heading back to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. We're going to clean it out. We're going to steam clean everything because these people are into very sick things, especially that Sam Brinton and that Rachel Levine, or whatever the hell you want to call it, right?
Yes.
Richard, we call him a different name. But, we have to clean it out. We got to disinfect it and steam clean the whole thing.
Stanley Steamer's on standby.
Especially the Senate. By the way, the Senate chamber. You saw what happened in there. We don't want to see it.
Yes.
And I heard Lindsey Graham may have been there, too, but we're not going to go there. Softy. Mr. Softy, we call him.
Yeah, indeed. Mr. President, you gained with minority voters, scooping up 33% of all non-white voters. What do you think changed this time around for people of color?
Well, I think what happened was they were watching MSNBC and they forgot to wear, I have them still, it's called the eclipse glasses. Remember these right here? You have to put them on.
He's brought props.
When Joy Reid comes on the screen, you have to put those on, right? Why does she look like Donald Trump? And they remembered Kamala, who was horrible. They remembered Crooked Joe, who was horrible. And they said, we don't want to trust these people. We like the orange guy. We like the guy who got shot. We like the guy who's got a mug shot. We like the guy who got indicted. He's got street cred. These people are horrible people. And they came around because they, too, wanted to make America great again. But they watched Rachel Madcow, and I can't tell her apart from Mark Cuban, the white dude for Harris, right? Or maybe he's a white lady. I don't know. But he's starting to look a lot like a female, right? Mm-hmm. He's looking like Rachel Madcow and Rosie O'Donnell and Keith Olbermann, all women in their own right, and they are horrible people, right? They're horrible people, and they lost so bad that they're having meltdowns. And Mark Cuban deleted the tweets. He deleted all of his tweets as if he was never pro-Kamala. He called all the women stupid, then he deleted the tweets. What a stupid, he's a stupid woman in his own right.
So, Mr. President, by the way, Donald Trump joining us here on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210. According to reports, Kamala Harris spent the following amounts of money on celebrity endorsements. Megan Thee Stallion, $5 million. Lizzo, $3 million. Eminem, just under $2 million. And Oprah, $1 million. And there are reports that she blew over $1 billion and still has about $20 million in debts to pay off. You posted on Truth Social in the name of unity for the country that Republicans and yourself would do everything you can to help kind of bail them out. Were you serious about that, or are you just taking a victory lap?
Well, first of all, I have to say this. How many questions are you going to ask me about Kamala with the word blue? Okay? How many times are we going to do that? Because it keeps happening, right? And we're not talking about the color.
That's
we're
my
talking
fault.
about the wind, right? We're talking about, they call her Hurricane Kamala. The hardest blowing hurricane the world has ever seen, right? She's a storm. But when you look at it, it sounds like remember the commercials? MasterCard?
Yeah.
Megan Thee Stallion, $5 million. Eminem, $2 million. Oprah, Some people call her Harpo. $1 million. Blowing out Kamala Harris in the Electoral College. Priceless. I know what we're
I see
talking
what you
about.
did there. Wow.
It's a tremendous thing.
Very nice.
For everything else, there's MAGA card. How about that? We love it. We just made a new commercial. We just made a brand new commercial. 1210 WPHT. We're at the cutting edge of innovation. Let me tell you something. I told the Democrats we could get them their money, but what they don't realize is we're going to get it back from Zelensky. You know, that dancing little guy. I said we could call him up. We could say, Vladimir, now that we're ending the war, you could give the Democrats the $20 million they need. You know, they gave you a lot of money. And he said, sir, it's gone. I lost it up my nose. I said, oh, what a shame. Unbelievable. So they're going to remain in debt. But if they want their money back, I would help them get it back from Ukraine. If not, they're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way, right? The American people. McDonald's is hiring. I left a spot open. I gave my 2 weeks. McDonald's is hiring, and they could always make the $20 million that way. You never know.
Donald Trump with us here on Kayal and Company. You said no to Nikki Haley for a second term, as well as Mike Pompeo. But many are out there, including Susan Wiles, Mike Waltz, Elise Stefanik, Lee Zeldin, Tom Homan, Marco Rubio, Kristi Noem. You're filling out your administration quite well. How would you evaluate the way you've put everything together so far and what's left to come?
Well, we're putting it together like a beautiful puzzle, right? It's called the jigsaw. We love the jigsaw puzzle. And, we have little Marco, Secretary of State, and a lot of people are looking at it saying, what the hell is he doing? It's little Marco, right? So I can tell him what to do and he'll listen. And if not, we say, you're fired, right? We say, little Marco, you little guy, you're fired, right? And we could get rid of him. And he knows that, right? He knows that. But he's going to be okay. Nikki Haley, I call her the Wicked Witch of the West, right? You look at her, and she says, I'll get you my pretty and your little dog, right? Your little dog, too. She looks just like the witch. She's got that nose, and she looks just like the witch. And she's green with envy. She wishes she was in my position, but she looks like the witch. I said, if you try to join my administration again, we're going to drop a house on you, okay? And she said, sir, please don't do that. I said, we're not going to do it if you don't try. So she said, okay. And off into the sunset she went, right? She rode off into the sunset just like Crooked Joe pooped himself off into the sunset, right? You saw him too, by the way. He had a hard time walking through sand.
The beach.
I'd never seen it before. He almost went down about 15 times in 30 seconds. The ghost of Corn Pop was grabbing his feet. Oh, my gosh. He said, I'm going to go down. And you saw Dr. Jill, right? You saw Doppler Jill. She was just watching him. She said, look at this guy. Could you believe he's president? I'm really president, right? You look at Dr. Jill, Doppler Jill. She looks like when she wears the dress, it looks like a severe thunderstorm warning. You see her, and you expect to see Reed Timmer, remember the tornado guy, running down the road after Doppler Jill. Look at that beautiful tornado. But Nikki Haley, right? You look at Nikki Haley. We called her bird brain. And that's an insult to birds. I want to apologize to birds. They have a lot bigger and better brains than she does. I love my African gray. Could you imagine if I had an African gray parrot as my press secretary? It would sound just like me, but it'd be a little bird. We could put a little hat. But we're not going to do that. We love to see the good people in the cabinet, and we love to see the bad people like Haley and Pompeo out of the cabinet. They're not going to be allowed in.
When you go back and you think about this election cycle, sir, you had the mug shot, you were shot at, you worked at McDonald's, you're driving a garbage truck. Did you ever envision or imagine 2024, especially from the summer through Election Day, would play out the way it did? I mean, they're going to be making movies and documentaries and books about this with everything you dealt with down the stretch.
Well, we always knew we were going to win, right? But we didn't realize that when they took the mug shot, we call it, by the way, the Mona Lisa of mugshots. Nobody has ever seen a better mugshot, right? You see people with mugshots, and they look good. And then you see my mugshot, and you say, wow, look at that handsome guy, right? He's a beautiful guy. They call it the Mona Lisa of mugshots. You couldn't have painted a better picture. Even Hunter Biden agrees. You could not have painted a better picture, right? He's trying to paint it right now. But the Mona Lisa of mugshot, you have getting shot, as you said. McDonald's, right? Nobody's ever done a better job. I won Employee of the Year after 15 minutes. They said, sir, you're doing so well. You made the golden potatoes. You put so much salt on the French fries, but everybody loves that, right? Except I heard they're levying another indictment for too much salt.
Oh.
You fixed the ice cream machine. You fixed it. It's used to be broken. I came in there 15 minutes. We fixed the ice cream machine. So we did so well. And the garbage truck. We took out the trash. We took out the trash like nobody's ever taken it out before. In our beautiful orange vest. They call it the Orange Man in the orange vest, right? It was a beautiful thing. But we always knew we were going to win. And we won like nobody's ever won before. When you look at it, the popular vote, when you look at 312 electoral votes, that's more than we got against Crooked Hillary, which is crazy, right? We got Nevada. They said what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, except if you're a Democrat, you get kicked the hell out. So we won Nevada. No taxes on tips, no taxes on overtime. We did very well. We're very happy that we did very well. And now we can get back to work to make America great again.
Sean Farish as Donald J. Trump, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, how good is this? I mean, seriously. This is better than the actual real Donald Trump.
True.
It's certainly better than that bozo on Saturday Night Live. Good stuff, buddy. Good to have you back. I want to just start with kind of your reaction on the winning side with Trump, losing side with Harris. We'll get to the day one deportations. We'll get to the cabinet stuff in the 9 o'clock hour. But let's start with looking back on the Trump campaign, the strategy they deployed, the podcasts they did, the different stunts, so to speak, the theatrics. How close to a perfect campaign were they able to execute, in your opinion?
Yeah, I thought they did well, right? I mean, it's hard to argue with the results. 312 electoral votes. You know, you would have liked to see maybe some more down ballot unity in these elections, but nothing will ever be perfect. It's really cool that Pennsylvania flipped the way it did. And Nick, when I was in studio with you, you told me about Northampton County. So at our watch party here in Tennessee with Congressman Andy Ogles, that's all I was watching. They said, "Why are you paying attention to such a tiny county?" I said, "You don't understand. This county has predicted the results of Pennsylvania 3 times, all but 3 times since 1912. They said, "Oh my God!" So we started watching Northampton, and we had a great time. You know, I think it was as close to perfect as you could hope for. I mean, when you think about what this guy has been called and put through, right? Not just the mugshot and obviously, you know, people trying to kill him. That's really bad. But when you talk about the media ever since, you know, January 6th, but even before that, you know, calling him a Nazi, a threat to democracy, a traitor, a fascist, a white supremacist, a racist, a misogynist. I mean, every single name in the book. You have Letitia James in New York, you know, with these ridiculous judgments. E. Jean Carroll, I mean, if anybody believes that, you probably believe in a lot of other things that can easily be debunked. And I don't want to say it, you know, on the air because we don't want to ruin things this time of year. But, you know, it's like, honestly, what they threw at him would have taken out anybody else. I could firmly say that. And that's not like to disrespect a guy like DeSantis. I respect the hell out of him as a governor, but I just don't know if anyone else in this political atmosphere, in this political universe, would be able to stand up to all this, or would they just throw their hands up in the air and be like, I'm done. I want to go back to my life where I can, you know, live on my beautiful properties and play golf every day. This guy just kept getting up and kept fighting. And he's coming on 80 years old, and he's just, I mean, 5 rallies in the last day, ending it in Grand Rapids at 2 a.m, dancing all over the place. The Trump boogie is now the, you know, it's a TikTok trend and a dance trend that's taking over college football. I mean, this is ridiculous. And the NFL, this is ridiculous. It was about as perfect as you could run it. So no complaints from me about Trump's campaign. And I don't think anybody would be, you know, I mean, critique's fine, but any actual complaints, I don't think they're warranted. I mean, how could you have done a better job?
Yeah, I agree. You know, conversely, on the flip side, when you look at Kamala Harris, and I know the totals have come in, Trump's up to 78 million, Harris at 76 million, which is a little bit misleading because Trump swept all 7 battleground states. He gained from last election of 4 years ago at 74 million. And then you look at the electoral map and you color code it red and blue. The red is just spreading like a virus across the nation. And it's a little drop of blue here, a little drop of blue there. It's coastal cities on both sides. It's, you know, San Fran and LA and San Diego and, you know, a little bit of the Jersey Shore and New York City and a little bit of Atlanta. But I mean, you go 312 in the Electoral College, almost 80 million. He wins the popular vote. You keep control of the House. You flip the Senate. The Supreme Court has a conservative majority. Kamala Harris, it just seemed like she was, and I know she got 70-some million votes, but it seems like they emphatically rejected her to the point where even abortion in Roe v. Wade couldn't carry the day for her this time.
It's so nice because, look, abortion and Roe v. Wade, much to Kamala Harris's credit and unfortunately to her dismay, was, fortunately for her, I'm happy she lost, by the way, but that was her number one issue. When I would listen to her speak about the economy, she didn't know what she was talking about. She couldn't speak passionately. I'm going to build an opportunity economy. No one knew what that meant. All right, let's be honest. Okay, we could look back on that now. Nobody knew what those words meant. But when she spoke about abortion, there was passion. If I was somebody who cared about that issue, I would have been invigorated by that message listening to Kamala Harris. I don't care about that issue, and I don't believe, not that I don't care about it, I'm actually very pro-life, but I believe the Supreme Court got it right. It is now a state issue, and anybody on either side of the equation who wants to make a difference in that arena has to do so at the state level. Stop looking to the federal government to solve all of your problems. The one-size-fits-all approach is never the right approach, in my opinion, right? And a controversial take, that comes down to voter ID as well. I do not believe the federal government should assume the power to mandate that every state uses voter ID. Do I believe it would be good for election integrity? Yes. Do I believe, though, it could set a bad precedent for the federal government going forward when it comes to how much control they have over each state's election process? I do. I think states' rights are important to separate from the federal government's rights. So, I think it's all got to get done at the state level. If you want voter ID, make sure you get it implemented at your state level. It's got a better chance of being implemented statewide than it does at the federal level anyway. You see the gridlock. If you have a problem with abortion one way or the other, get it done at the state level. Don't be lazy. Get off your rear end and get involved. I've been involved every single day for the last 4 years, since 2020 up until now in 2 different states. If we want something done, we get friends together and we try and get it done. If we fail the first time, we come back a second time and a third time until we get it done, right? So when it comes to abortion, that was her most powerful message in terms of the way she was able to deliver it and speak on it. And unfortunately, killing babies and aborting pregnancies doesn't get the cost of food down in the grocery store. And that's what a lot of people were looking at, right? Not everybody in this country is going to get an abortion or wants to get an abortion, but everybody in this country needs to eat and go shopping and make enough money to afford to live, right? And so that wound up winning out at the end of the day. Her messaging was terrible. She was not a good candidate. She was not a genuine candidate. The fact that they had to pay millions of dollars to get these high-profile people to endorse her shows you they didn't actually want to do it, but the paycheck was too big, right? I mean, $5 million for Megan Thee Stallion to basically have a glorified seizure on stage. I mean, can I do it? Please, I'll shake my rear end on stage for $5 million.
I might have done it
I'll
myself.
even give you a pay cut. I do it for $2 million, right?
Yeah, baby.
I mean, 50% discount. Hey, I'll do it, right? I mean, what do I have to do? What's a guy got to do around here, right?
Yep.
So it's just it just shows you the caliber of candidate that they had, and it was not a high caliber candidate.
I
at all.
agree. Sean Farish will stick around with us in the 9 o'clock hour to get his thoughts on Tom Homan as the new border czar, and also we'll break down the Trump administration, all the selections so far, what Sean likes and what Sean does not like so far. That's all still ahead. 9 o'clock hour on the way as Sean stays with us here on Kayal and Company.
Are you ready to take off to paradise once again? The Italian Riviera, this time on a gastronomical event. The only conservative tours can deliver. And if you join me last year in Italy, you know what I'm talking about. I hope you join me this time for 11 luxurious days with the professionals from Conservative Tours. They are the best tour operator, hands down, in Italy. A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Portofino, Rapallo, Santa Margherita Ligure, Tuscany, and the brilliant Cinque Terre. $53.78. Yes, that includes your airfare, dining events at the wineries. So much fun in Tuscany. Even an authentic farm visit to see. Parmesan cheese being crafted by hand. Just call toll free
733-9494. Every single day, somebody else texts me. So thank you. The latest are Barbara and Bruce, who went with us last time. They've just signed up. I know some of you are still making that game time decision, but this is booking up fast. You can also go to conservativetours.com and scroll down at conservativetours.com. You'll see the itinerary, some of the pictures of some of those hidden Italian villages you've never seen, like Giacomo Puccini, San Gimignano, the Leaning Tower of Pisa, Florence, and Milan. And then we'll conclude on the Lakes region with Bellagio, Orta, and Isola Bella. I can't wait. Please join me next spring in Italy. I'll see you in Cinque Terre. conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You may have heard, Wawa has pizza. And right now, Wawa has pizza at a really great price.
Wawa has personal pizza for a night of gaming.
And it's only $6.
Wawa has pizza for when we don't want to cook.
And a 14-inch is $8.
Wawa has pizza for after practice.
A 16-inch to feed the team, $10. Right now, get a personal 14 or 16-inch Wawa pizza for just $6, $8, or $10. Wawa has pizza for all at a really great price.
Do you have shoeboxes full of old videotapes and photos with memories you'd love to share with the family this Christmas? Right now, get exclusive early access to Legacy Box's biggest deal of the year. Digitize your memories for just $9 per tape. That's right, only $9 to preserve and share your precious moments. VHS, VHS-C, Hi8, film reels, and more, saving you over $15 per item. Not to mention, when you digitize your memories now, Legacy Box sends all your memories back on the cloud, so they're easy to access by Christmas, and you can relive them with your family just in time for the holidays. You've heard about Legacy Box all year, but now is the best time to digitize your memories. Hurry, this $9 deal won't last long. Head to legacybox.com/value for early access to our best deal of the year. Don't wait. Secure your digitized memories by Christmas at legacybox.com/value.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market is going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at Newman Goretti High School in South Philly, Saturday, November 23rd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles Purdue. Coverage starts at 3 p.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. If you're experiencing low energy, brain fog, or bloating, then your body might need a detox. Active Liver from New Nordic makes it easy to help your liver detox your body all year long without major changes to your diet or lifestyle.
Wawa's hot turkey is back, and it's bringing the comforting flavors of the season with it. Sink into savory stuffing, cozy up with sweet cranberry sauce, and relax into some warm, buttery mashed potatoes. Grab your pillows and blankets because hot turkey is back. Plus, get your cozy cravings satisfied from the comfort of your bed with $0 delivery when you order on the Wawa app. Try the Wawa Gobbler today in a hoagie or bowl for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Free speech lives here. With Don Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
He's just a wank.
Oh, yeah, Kayal and Company, little cowbell on a Tuesday, 9:01 as we continue. Fourth and final hour. It's Nick Dawn and Greg. Sean Farish with us on a Tuesday. Tony Bruno tomorrow. By the way, coming up later this hour, our World War II Veteran Spotlight presented by Window Nation as we honor the greatest generation this week. And a great interview coming up in just about 40 minutes' time. But, Sean, I want to get your thoughts first and foremost on Tom Homan, the new border czar of the Trump administration. Unlike Kamala Harris, he will actually go to the border. He's been to the border. He's going to take his job seriously. He's got the pedigree. You look at the resume, the guy is the peak definition of experience at our southern border. Your thoughts on that selection and just how effectively and quickly this mass deportation operation can come into frame here?
Well, Tom Homan, we said, has been to the border. My question is, has he been to Europe? Right? Because because that's what Kamala Harris, that was her biggest benchmark, right? Well, I haven't been to Europe either, right? I love this home. I love the Homan appointment, right?
Yep.
And I especially love the interview he gave on 60 Minutes. He was just cold, right?
Yep.
They said, well, is there a way to deport without separating families? He said, of course there is. Just send them all together. And I said, whoa, tough talk, but I like it. I do like it. You know what? And now we heard that there are illegals in New York City that are hopping buses to Canada, so they're deporting themselves, which is great. You know, it saves us a lot of money. By all means, if you don't want to wait for Tom Homan or ICE or any of these guys and gals to find you, just go ahead and deport yourselves. That's fine. Go ahead and do it. The old-fashioned way to say, I'm not supposed to be here, goodbye, and avoid, my idea, which is the Trumpapult, right? We load you up in there and we just fling you over with the parachute and that's it. You get just go, right? That's the end of that. You're like, oh, that's not humane. Well, obviously, I'm not going to construct a huge catapult, but I do want anybody who's here illegally to leave, and I don't think it's a bad idea to do so. And I think he's the right guy to carry that out. He even said that if your cities are not going to help ICE, and we're just going to send more ICE agents in there to carry it out. And workplace immigration raids, right? Mm-hmm. You're hiring illegals, they're going to get snatched up out of the workplace and sent back home. So, let's get back to law and order. Let's get back to common sense, and we won't have any problems. I think it was a great appointment, Tom Homan as a border czar, and a border czar that will actually do his job,
yep.
Right? I think this is a good thing.
That's correct. Yeah, you look at this administration as it comes into picture here. Susan Wiles, Chief of Staff. Mike Waltz of Florida, National Security Advisor. Elise Stefanik, UN Ambassador. Lee Zeldin, EPA Administrator. Marco Rubio, Secretary of State. Kristi Noem, Department of Homeland Security. I know we've got Rick Scott out there vying for Senate Majority Leader. Others like Vivek, Elon, Bobby Kennedy, Tulsi Gabbard, Kash Patel. Your thoughts on what you like, what you don't like? I know you know guys like Lee Zeldin personally. So your thoughts on the way that Trump is putting this together piece by piece?
Well, I love most of the picks, right? Homan, I thought, was great. Susie Wiles, I think, is going to thrive in that position. Stephen Miller, Deputy Chief of Staff of Policy, which is nice. He's another immigration hardliner. The Rubio pick gives me pause. Why did he do that? I mean, Rubio is a little too establishment for me, but Rubio has been pretty loyal to Trump ever since the Little Marco saga, right? I think he knows what happens when you cross Trump, you get embarrassed. And now if Marco Rubio steps out of line, Donald Trump can fire him. He couldn't do that in the Senate. So DeSantis will now be able to appoint a new senator. Hopefully that will be somebody who is even more conservative than Rubio. I trust DeSantis' judgment on that one. He's been doing a great job in Florida. And it also continues the Florida man trend, or the Florida person trend. Susie Wiles, not a man. I don't think she's planning on identifying one either. But Trump is the president. Wiles is, up there as chief of staff. You've got Rick Scott vying for majority leader, Rubio as Secretary of State. So there's Florida people all over the administration. And obviously Florida is the, beacon of conservatism in the United States. So I think he's doing really well there. Homeland Security, Kristi Noem. I don't know how I feel about that. Maybe.
Yeah, that caught me off guard last night. Were you surprised by that? I didn't expect her in that role.
No, I didn't expect her in that role, but I'm not sure if she has that type of background and if she's, if that's something that she's going to excel in. I mean, again, another Trump loyalist, so it's not bad in that regard. I guess keep the dogs out of that office though, because you get on her bad side and it's the end of that, right? She's either going to shoot it or feed it to a Haitian. So it's like we don't want to do that. But he died like a dog, right? He died like a dog. Maybe that's what it's about. The other thing is about Rubio is he does tend to be a little hawkish, and Donald Trump even mentioned this too when he brought John Bolton in the first time. And maybe this is just like an excuse trying to give himself a little cover. Maybe this is really what he was doing. But when you walk into a room with the mustache, right, with John Bolton, you're like, that's the guy who bombs everybody. We better be on our best behavior, right?
Yep.
So if Rubio is a little hawkish, I mean, is this a way to kind of – because you don't want to put a weakling who you know is never going to declare war on anybody in that position, right? Rubio has been more hawkish than not, but he's not like, Lindsey Graham, John Bolton, Nikki Haley type of let's just, remix the Beach Boys and do bomb, 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 Iran, right? We're not going to do that. So I don't love that pick. I don't. But I don't hate it.
Right.
I love the Waltz pick, though. I think the Waltz pick is tremendous.
Another Florida pick. So if you look at this, you've got guys and gals that have been loyal to Trump. You've also got people that are getting a second chance. So you talk loyalty, Kristi Noem. Okay, we got that. Second chance, J.D. Vance. That rhymed. Marco Rubio, second chance. You look at the Florida stuff. You've got Waltz. You've got Rubio, potentially Rick Scott. But you also have some New York as well. Elise Stefanik, we know she undressed the Ivy Leagues last year during the anti-Semitism uproarings on college campuses. And also Lee Zeldin, who gave Kathy Hochul a little bit of a run for her money recently. And I know you have worked with Lee on a personal level, right?
Yes, and congratulated him yesterday. And, it's here's what I think. And this is not because I've been told anything. This is just what I think, okay? EPA, Lee Zeldin did a lot when it comes to – when he ran for governor in New York, he talked a lot about fracking. He talked a lot about how – because New York sits on the Utica and Marcellus shales, right? There's a lot of areas where you can frack in upstate New York, and it's just banned, right? The Democrats have ended it. There's literally gold underneath a lot of the ground where these people live. We would keep energy costs down in the state, and he made a big deal about that when he ran for governor. He was talking about the Marcellus and Utica shales in New York and how fracking could really change the state and make New York very prosperous. That region of New York could become very prosperous. So, you see what kind of role fracking played in this election in Pennsylvania. They zeroed in on it in the last couple of weeks. Now you put Lee Zeldin in charge of the EPA. I have a feeling that he's going to play a big role in the Trump energy boom, and I think he's going to give it another go in New York in a couple of years and run for governor. You saw what just happened in New York State, where New York ran a closer margin to Texas, which they called a purple state, right? They said Texas is in play. Well, New York had a closer margin than Texas did. Now, 10 points is still a lot. But when you look at the 2020 numbers and it was closer to 20 points, right? I mean, this is a significant move. And if these trends that just, came in and presented themselves during the Trump election present themselves in another gubernatorial election, you could be talking about a potential Lee Zeldin governor of New York. So does he run again in 2026 after doing some work with the EPA? I don't know. But I wouldn't put it out of the question. I wouldn't say that's out of the realm of possibilities, especially if we do experience an energy boom in this country and you have a guy like Zeldin who headed it up. Why wouldn't he want to run on that as governor, in a gubernatorial race in New York, where he came very close the last time? We did not embrace early voting and vote by mail. Now Republicans know how to do that. Laura Trump even came out and said the fact that people voted early gave them the opportunity to work their way down the list and reach those low propensity voters, which is what Trump Force 47 was saying they wanted to do for the last couple of months, right, with voting early. There's a chance right, that possibly, Lee Zeldin runs for governor and flips that seat.
What are your thoughts on the on who should lead the Senate? I think they're going to vote on this tomorrow. I think, right?
Yeah.
And the thought is Rick Scott. I know both the Johns have been floated out there, Cornyn and Thune. What are your thoughts on who you think should lead the Senate?
Well, listen, if it was up to me and I can make the pick, I'd choose Rand Paul, right?
Yeah.
Because I know he didn't endorse Trump, and that rubs a lot of people the wrong way. But the spending is an issue, and he just won't bring those bills to the floor, right? And that's one of the reasons why a lot of people don't like him, because his principles come first. People know what they're getting when they elect him, and if he doesn't like something, he's going to oppose it. So I would imagine if you got him in a room, with the cameras off and ask him why he didn't endorse Donald Trump, there's probably a reason in there, and you could at least look at it and say, well, all right, I guess I can respect the fact that you made a principled stance, even though I personally believe not endorsing Trump was a stupid decision ahead of the election.
By the way,
Dave, the most important.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Dave McCormick they're defying Schumer. So just to bring it to a local level, that Dave McCormick, the U.S. Senator-elect, despite the fact that Casey hasn't conceded yet, so that Dave McCormick will be there.
Yeah.
That's according to
That's a good thing.
Republicans here.
And Sean,
That's a
what do you make of that? Because Casey has been fighting tooth and nail, resisting these results. Are we ready to call him an election denier? Is he a threat to democracy? Or what are we going to call Mr. Casey at this point?
You have to, and you have to prosecute him, right? Nobody's above the law. You're supposed to respect the results. You're supposed to ensure a peaceful transition of power. As far as the Senate goes, and as far as the majority leader goes, there's one candidate who has been explicit that he wants to carry out Trump's agenda. Donald Trump didn't just win the Electoral College by a narrow margin. He won the popular vote. He was sent to D.C., sent back to D.C., all right, with a mandate, right? The American people issued a mandate. They want to see Donald Trump's agenda carried out, or else they wouldn't have voted for him the way he did. When you have guys like Thune and Cornyn, who in the past have believed, they have given credence to the E. Jean Carroll case in New York. I'm sorry, but anybody who believes a word out of that woman's mouth, a Reid Hoffman funded lawsuit, and they were, when that verdict or ruling or whatever you want to call it came out, you had Cornyn and Thune giving quotes to CBS News saying, well, I think Americans need to choose somebody without the drama. It's going to see what happens. Oh, I think Donald Trump isn't electable, right? Look, you can have your opinions, but then you circle around in a year. It was only a year ago where those rulings came out, 2023, and you say, well, I'm going to carry out his agenda. No, sorry. Liberty scores of 54 and 51% on from conservative review. Listen, Rick Scott's not perfect. His score is around 86. He supported red flag laws after the Parkland shooting. I understand kind of the pressure that was on him in Florida at that point. I still wouldn't have supported it, but I get it from that dynamic why he may have taken that stance. But if you look at the three candidates that are up right now, nobody else is being nominated. It's Cornyn, Thune, and Scott. My choice is Rick Scott. He's coming out and saying he wants to carry out the Trump agenda.
Yeah.
And that's what Americans wanted when they voted for him.
Right.
Now, the problem is you have a bunch of public servants on the Hill in the U.S. Senate who don't want the people they serve to know what they're doing. And that, to me, is a problem, okay? Mm-hmm. You can't vote in secret. You cannot do that. I'm sorry. Anybody who thinks that's a good idea, it's not a national security thing. We should know how our representatives are voting. Yeah. There is no case to be made why we should know who voted for who. So we need an open ballot, no matter who you vote for. And anybody who decides that they know better than their constituents, not me. If somebody out in Utah says their constituents want him to vote for, John Thune or John Cornyn, then he should vote for John Thune or John Cornyn. If his constituent, that's his job. I can tell you this, though. Bill Hagerty, Marsha Blackburn in Tennessee, we're watching. Mm-hmm. Because if those two decide that they want to vote for Cornyn or Thune, I'll tell you something. This state just voted for Donald Trump in the largest margin ever in the past 3 elections. He got the highest raw vote total in Tennessee and the largest margin of victory that he has ever achieved in the state of Tennessee. This state wants our senators to vote for the guy who is explicitly saying he's going to carry out Donald Trump's agenda. So if they don't do that, you are liable to be primaried. And the only way we know they didn't do it is if we have that open ballot or if somebody comes out and is a whistleblower about who voted for who. We need a transparent process, and Rick Scott should be the majority leader because he's the one who wants to enforce the will and the mandate of the American people.
I will say, though, Thune, I mean, as far as Thune, he's already in there, right? He's a minority whip. He donated all that money to Senate Republicans. So I'm not ruling. I know that this is like the prom king and Elon Musk keeps putting out the polls and maybe the popular vote is for Rick Scott. I don't know how this works as far as if Trump is influencing them, but for the insiders, I think if you're in the Senate and you've been working with somebody all these years, it's hard to vote. Isn't it hard to vote against that person who's lobbying hard for the job?
But you're not working for Thune or Cornyn.
Agreed.
You're working for your representatives.
No, of course.
And I understand what you're saying. You have a good working relationship with this guy, but he has to understand it's in your job description, right? You can go to him and say, Senator Thune, listen, with all due respect, we've worked very well together, but my constituents do not want me to vote for you, and I have to listen to them.
I mean, that's all well and
can't understand it. If he can't understand that, he shouldn't be a senator.
No,
I got to be honest.
I just think it's all well and good. We all know how office politics works, and it's not always it's not always fair. It's not always good. I'm just saying I would not rule this guy out. I mean, he's right now.
No,
he's
I'm
the
not going to
Senate.
rule him out.
Yeah,
I think there's a chance he wins it, and I think it's unfortunate because he's somebody who it looks like may undermine Donald Trump's agenda. And unfortunately, all this money he donated to Senate Republicans, a lot of it went into Maryland. I mean, could they have used it in Arizona?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, how about Wisconsin where Eric Huff, lost by a hair?
Let me ask you guys this. Edward floats this around, and I've seen this thought going around on social media. What about J.D. Vance?
Well, I had retweeted. Somebody said this over the weekend, actually.
Yeah, I think it was Road Warrior who said it, yeah.
But I will say this about, this is a thankless job. So I know that they said, like, go back to, what was it, John Adams or whatever, but I would say, what?
John Adams.
It was John
Did
Adams.
I say John Adams?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so, but I would say this about it, it's really a thankless job. It you know what I mean? It's a consuming job. It's a thankless job. And I know that it's a brilliant idea, but at the same point, maybe J.D. Vance can reinvent it. It's just, it is consuming and it's thankless.
Mm-hmm.
And does anybody ever love the majority leader?
No.
You know what I mean?
No.
Well, it's hard to love Mitch McConnell. I don't even think his parents love him, but that's they tell him that. To quote Bongino, if you ask Mitch McConnell if they have any Mitch McConnell's parents if they have any living children, they'd probably say no. But
But at least he prevented Merrick Garland, right?
Very
Because
true.
Obama wanted
I'll never
him.
take that away from him.
Mm-hmm.
I will never take that away from Mitch McConnell, and I will never take judges away. Right? Eileen Cannon was appointed through a Mitch McConnell Senate.
Mm-hmm.
I'll never take that away from him. I'll give him credit where it's due. He saved us in that regard. With regards to Vance serving as the majority leader or executing his full duties as president of the Senate because he's the vice president, is it constitutional? Yes. Is it traditional? No. Not all traditions are good. That's fine. Like the New York Yankees should start putting names on the back of the jerseys. Okay. Like enough with this. Okay. But here's the deal. I think it's such a, it's not that it can't happen. It could definitely happen, but it's such a Hail Mary, right? That I wouldn't throw all eggs in that basket. I would take all the energy that we would be using to say J.D. Vance should do it and call your Republican senators and tell them to vote for Rick Scott, because that's something that has a likelihood, an actual chance of happening. I unfortunately don't think the Vance thing, him serving as majority leader or executing his duties as president of the Senate, I don't think that's going to be something that happens.
I want to wrap with this. I want to get your thoughts on all of these meltdowns that have been occurring, whether it's in the mainstream media, social media, college campuses. I've got so many stories here. I'm just going to give you the headlines, and then I'll let you take it anywhere you want to go. NHL legend Wayne Gretzky wears MAGA hat at Trump party, sparks social media meltdown. Then we get to colleges. Michigan State, a professor is offering students free bonus points for showing up to class after Trump's win. We have a University of Oregon official who's been placed on administrative leave because he told Trump supporters to go kill themselves. We also have Georgetown University was offering students crayons and cookies to cope with dealing with Trump's victory. And Harvard professors, Harvard canceling classes after students feel blue for a mental health day. That goes on top of Maureen Dowd of the New York Times, Morning Joe, and Mika basically saying wokeism is dead. Did Trump end all the left-wing nonsense once and for all, Sean?
I think they're taking a strategic retreat. I don't think they're done by any stretch.
You don't think so, really? Okay.
No, they're definitely going to come back. The Georgetown crayons and cookies thing almost sounds like a troll. Like the guy who's doing this is like, "Come here, little kid."
It does.
It's almost
true story.
It really does.
Real.
Yeah, it really does sound like a troll.
That can't be real on a college campus. But if it is, I'm going to Georgetown and I'm getting my crayons and I'm getting my cookies and I'm going to have a good time.
It's unbelievable.
The meltdowns have been tremendous, right? So on Tuesday night, I stayed up. I refused to go to sleep because I was like, the last time I went to sleep, I know what happened when I woke up. So I was staying up. I stayed up till 4:30 Central Time. And then 5 minutes after I laid down, AP called it, and Rachel Madcow and Jen Psaki and all these people started crying on, "Oh, I can't believe this happened," and started blaming, black men and Spanish men and white women and blaming everybody under the sun. Your candidate was awful, okay? She had the opportunity. She kept saying, "A new way forward." And then Sonny Hostin on The View says, "What would you change if Joe Biden did?" "Oh, there's not a thing that comes to mind." Well, then how is it a new way forward, right? I mean, it's ridiculous. So how about instead of blaming the people who had enough of the last 4 years, right, which was the silver lining of the 2020, election theft, how about instead of people who had enough of, having to sacrifice your firstborn for eggs or, sell your house just to buy a block of cheese in the supermarket. Instead of that, how about we look at who you ran? You had Joe Biden, who couldn't move through a little bit of sand on a beach, right? He tripped over sandbags, was calling out dead Congress. Where's Jackie? She's dead, Joe. And she's unfortunately not with us anymore, right? Like, talk about his hairy legs. And these are the people you want to smack it out. Like, this is like, that's what the first guy you tried to run. And then the second person you tried to run was more incompetent, but didn't even suffer from dementia, right? She had a drinking problem and a turkey neck. We called it the gizzard of us. She had to wear scarves like Deborah Burks. You know what I'm talking about? This is, your candidates were awful. We've been saying it for years. Democrats have no bench. So the meltdowns are great. And that Georgetown story is priceless. If that's real, I need to meet that professor, because if he's not trolling, then then there's something wrong with the people there. And if he is trolling, he's a brilliant troll.
Sean Farish, always great stuff, brother. Thank you so much. And if you want to pop on again on Friday, you're more than welcome to hop back on. We can do a double dip.
We will be here. We'll double dip. We'll have some fun. It's good to be back. And obviously, we were traveling on Friday, and then T-Mobile shut my phone off. They crushed it. They said no text for you. Then I filed a complaint with the FCC, and I won. So we're back.
Awesome. Boy.
Yeah, Sean.
Good stuff, brother. We'll talk to you Friday. Thank you, pal.
See you Friday.
There he is, Sean Farish with us. 9 o'clock hour brought to you by McCausland Lock and Alarm, because business owners count on McCausland Lock and Alarms to secure and control access to their facilities, featuring top-of-the-line equipment, industry-leading customer service, and owner Tom McCausland's wealth of experience. McCausland Lock and Alarm, securing your business, securing your future. We will come back and get to the cut sheet part 2. We've got voicemails. We've also got our Veteran Spotlight World War II edition, day number 2, all brought to you by Window Nation. That's just about 15 minutes from now, but that means you have plenty of time to download the DuckDuckGo app, because they are back for a second round with Kayal and Company and Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Why? Because they're the best search engine going. They're local, and we're all sick of big tech. And they want to take your online privacy and security to the next level. They want to go above and beyond, and that's why I just recently subscribed to Privacy Pro from DuckDuckGo, and I would encourage you to do the same. Now, this is a 3-in-1 privacy security service, and it's going to give you, first of all, a secure VPN. Anytime, anywhere, no matter where you're working in this universal remote world that we live in. It might be at a coffee shop. It might be at your office. It might be in your home office. You're always going to have that secure VPN. Secondly, they provide identity theft restoration. So they're going to get everything back for you and help you throughout the process when any of that should occur. And also personal information removal. There's just way too much of it out there. We put everything out there on apps, on devices, and it's out there for all the hackers and the scammers. They're going to secure you there as well. Take advantage of this special offer now, exclusively for our listeners. Just go to duckduckgo.com/1210 for a free 7-day trial offer. And once you love it, and you will, it's just $9.99 a month. duckduckgo.com/1210.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're signing up or hitting snooze on some financial newsletters, scrolling through your socials that all seem to be saying the same thing, or getting together with your neighbors at a cookout to game plan college funds, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Make sure your child or grandchild has all the tools they need to succeed this school year. Call Kathy Ganna and New Hope Academy in Yardley and Doylestown, 800-300-0003. Let New Hope Academy transform your child's life forever by helping them right now. For over 3 decades, New Hope Academy founder Kathy Ganna, pioneering educator and entrepreneur who created the NHA model, has been utilizing state-of-the-art solutions to uncover ways where your child could avoid struggling and succeed. At New Hope Academy, student-teacher ratio of 2-to-1, allowing for students to deal with many disorders, including high anxiety, social and emotional, bipolar. Don't wait. Prepare your student now. Remember, only the best teachers can work at NHA. Call for that no-obligation tour and consultation. 90% of NHA graduates pursue a college education. Call Kathy today, 800-300-0003. Online, newhopeacademy.net. Call New Hope Academy today, 800-300-0003.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. The holidays are almost here. Is your smile ready? Ready for all those pictures? Ready for all those holiday close-ups? Well, whether it's ready or not, those holiday pictures are coming. So if it's not ready, reach out to my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. As you know, my entire family goes to Dr. Mike. His level of care and commitment to dental excellence is simply unmatched. And if you're nervous to go see the dentist, don't be. Dr. Mike is a great guy. 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Great music playing in the office. Great staff who works there. They're terrific people. And if you need a complex dental procedure like a dental implant, Dr. Mike has been recognized among his peers as a master of dental implants for 10 consecutive years. That's right. So get that beautiful, healthy smile you deserve. And listen, my kids go to Dr. Mike. We all go to Dr. Mike. He's my dentist. People ask him all the time, does Rich really come here? Yes, he's my dentist, and Mama Zioli discovered him for our family. So reach out to Dr. Mike today, 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Grow your savings even when rates are falling when you open a First Harvest Credit Union Growth Savings account. You can earn as high as 3.25% annual percentage yield while enjoying flexible access to your funds and no withdrawal penalties. Visit firstharvestcu.com or your nearest branch to get details and open a growth savings account and watch your money grow. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for over 84 years. Membership restrictions apply, insured by NCUA.
You have key decisions to make about your money. Most investors don't beat the market, and neither do the hedge funds, who take a share of your profits. What if there was another way? A way for you to keep total control over your money where the interests were aligned? That's what the exclusive crash-proof retirement system is all about.
Mike Bisaccia from Logan Township, New Jersey. You can't follow the market because nobody can predict it. What you have today could be gone tomorrow. That's the way it works, up and down, and your money goes up and down. That's what led me to see if there was another alternative. Crash-proof retirement gave me that alternative. With crash-proof retirement, the money you make is credited to your account, and that money's yours. No ifs, ands, or buts, no worries. No fees. We had a high point of 13.5%. Once it's credited, it's your money to keep. That's a big deal.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, November 20th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Medicare is making important changes in 2025. Independence Blue Cross can help. Our Medicare Advantage plans include premiums as low as $0, dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drug coverage. The deadline to enroll is December 7th. Visit ibxmedicare.com/radio. Independence Blue Cross offers PPO, HMO, POS, and HMO Medicare Advantage plans with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in Independence Blue Cross PPO, HMO, POS, and HMO Medicare Advantage plans depends on contract renewal.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're listening to that new financial podcast that's hotter than your morning coffee, flipping through that financial guru's 1,000-page book on simple finances, or getting tips from a coworker that actually sound kind of interesting, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Got a shopping list a mile long but need to charge your EV? No problem. Now you can fill up your cart and your battery at the same time. With a convenient network of Shell recharge stations at some of your favorite shopping spots, you can get everything done in one trip. Shop for groceries, clothes, and more while your EV charges up. And never miss a beat. Shell Recharge. Download the Shell app today to find the nearest Shell Recharge location. For more information on locations and how Shell measures reliability, visit shell.us/Shell Recharge.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, welcome back in. It's Kayal and Company as we continue with our 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight as we are highlighting the last great generation, honoring World War II veterans, all brought to you by our friends at Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com as we pay our respects to Aubrey G. Brown. He went by the name of Brownie, and here to talk about his father as well as his uncles is Army veteran himself, Gregory M. Brown, to honor his father and others. Gregory, it's great to have you on the show this morning. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Nick. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here and an honor. I'd like to start with my grandparents, parents of my father and uncles. My grandfather died in 1928. Right before the stock market crash, leaving my grandmother a widow with 5 kids. Growing up around Chadsford, Westchester area, and it was quite a struggle. My father would tell me about following my Aunt Ruth down the railroad tracks in Westchester to pick up coal that fell off the trains just to heat their house. But they struggled through the Depression like a lot of families did back then. And but going on, my Uncle Raymond, killed in the invasion of Sicily, July 12th, I believe it was, 1943. He didn't have to join. He was staying home. He had a reprieve because he was supporting my grandmother. So Uncle Raymond didn't have to go. But I think kind of through guilt when my Uncle Arthur, my Uncle Leon, and my father all had enlisted and were serving, he ended up going and, as it played out, he was killed.
Yeah.
My Uncle Arthur, he was a 4-year starting center for Westchester High School when he enlisted, 29th Infantry, and he fought, all the way across Europe. I believe he was in the Battle of the Bulge and made it to platoon sergeant. He witnessed a lot of the horrors of that war. He may have even been in death camps, witnessed some of that, and it was a struggle for him the rest of his life. He tried to cope with the horrors of war. Had a good job at Chrysler in Newark and tried to cope with the war, but after work at nights he would go out with the buddies, do a little drinking, and the bottle got to him. But thankfully, in his later years, he did beat the demons of alcohol, and he died a sober man.
Yeah, I wanted to.
My father.
Yeah, let's actually get to your father, because I was reading about him, and at 17 years old, I mean, honestly, Greg, at 17, I didn't want to leave my house for college, much less go to war. And your father still alive today at 101 years old. Is that correct?
Yes, he is. He is currently at Brandywine Rehab and Nursing Home in Westchester. Anybody wants to call him, you can call him on his cell, 484-649-7247, and wish him a happy Veterans Day.
Oh, that would be great.
Yeah, 17 years old, flew around the world. He was. They kind of kept him in the back because he was the youngest of four, and he was delivering B-17s and B-24s. Japan, Africa. He was in Casablanca, but quite a thing. I know I couldn't fly around in one of those things back then,
So let me look at this, and let me ask you this question. You've got your father. He's 101 years old. He just turned 101 on September 21st. Your Uncle Raymond was killed in 1943 in the invasion of Sicily. Your Uncle Arthur was a platoon sergeant, and Uncle Leon a Marine mechanic. Was it as simple for you as this is just the family lineage, or was there a different calling for you specifically? I know you want to talk about your father, but I'm also curious about what led you down this path.
Actually, I'm glad you asked that. It was the Iranians taking our hostages, 1979, and it's a pretty emotional experience for me. So that's what led me down that path. I had witnessed, the Israeli athletes getting murdered in Munich by the Palestinians.
Yep.
And, so when with the Iranian hostages, they took our hostages, Easter, 1980, got down on my knees, prayed to the Lord. I wanted to do good for man. It was the Carter years. Anybody that lived through that time knows it was pretty bad. So I was going nowhere. Got down on my knees, prayed to the Lord to save me. And it was as if he put his hand on my shoulder, said everything's going to be okay. That Monday, Easter Monday, I went down and joined the United States Army. And, I can thank them for everything they did for me. I mean, it was It's been a great experience, very emotional.
Mm-hmm.
And I just got done battling cancer for the last 2 years.
And you defeated it?
Yeah, and I'm cancer free.
God bless you. Gregory, thank you so much. Thank you for your service. I'm glad you found your calling, your purpose, and your passion. And obviously, great victory over cancer. And thank you so much for highlighting your father, Aubrey G. Brown, better known as Brownie, as well as your uncles. Thank you so much for your service, and we hope to chat with you down the road again sometime soon.
Okay, you're welcome, and everybody give Dad a call. He's probably sitting there waiting.
You got it. Thank you, Gregory.
Thanks, Nick, and I'll be listening.
All right, you got it. There he is. Gregory Brown honoring his father as well as his uncles. It's our 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight as we highlight the last great generation, World War II, all brought to you by our good friends at Window Nation for all of your window and door needs. Visit windownation.com. All right, there you have it. And, yeah, make sure you give his father a call. Give out the phone number.
Should I say the number again?
Yeah, why not? If you jotted it down, by all means.
484-649-7247. Give him a call and wish him a happy Veterans Day.
How about that?
That's a lovely,
very
lovely
very
thing.
good one.
101 years old, still with us. Is that what do you say? Brandywine?
Yeah, Brandywine Rehab Center.
Nice.
That's right.
Man.
Yep, we're getting a couple more of those later this morning once we get off here at 10 o'clock and hand it off to Dawn, and you'll hear from more of these veterans for the rest of this week and maybe even the next week.
I feel so good that we're doing this, by the way. It's just such a great thing. Not patting ourselves on the back. That's not what I'm doing. I'm glad we can put a spotlight on on this, the greatest generation, because
should be done more than just one day a year.
Agreed. That's why we're doing it all week, and probably it will extend into next week because we've had just an outpouring of people that are just like, hey, how about my dad? Hey, how about this? So we'll do this until they stop coming in. Honestly,
there you go. All right, Kayal and Company will come back. We'll get to Today in Music History, and then also what is on tap for the Dawn Show. Just about 20 minutes out, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, featuring the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands like Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. These models have such sleek, new designs as well as innovative features powered by the very latest in technology. And Piazza has thousands of these new as well as certified pre-owned vehicles available right now across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit them, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You may have heard, Wawa has pizza. And right now, Wawa has pizza at a really great price.
Wawa has personal pizza for a night of gaming.
And it's only $6.
Wawa has pizza for when we don't want to cook.
And a 14-inch is $8.
Wawa has pizza for after practice.
A 16-inch to feed the team, $10. Right now, get a personal 14 or 16-inch Wawa pizza for just $6, $8, or $10. Wawa has pizza for all at a really great price.
What do you call the NordVPN Black Friday deal, huh? The Block Friday deal. Because you block online threats. Black Friday, Block Friday. Get it? It's hilarious. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal and block online threats now. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic. Its Threat Protection Pro tool will defend you against web trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the special Black Friday deal at NordVPN.com and enjoy safer internet daily. NordVPN, cybersecurity built for every day.
Woohoo! Another girls' night out. I'm so stressed from shopping, I couldn't find anything. Have you tried shopping jewelry television? JTV? I don't know. Everyone in my family is so different. JTV has thousands of jewelry styles. Artisan, diamonds, pearls, colored gemstones, watches, even gift sets. I shop on TV and online.
New JTV customers save up to $40 when you shop jtv.com/radio.
Now, can you relax?
Yes. Another round?
Yes.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get your child or grandchild into the best position to have an outstanding school year. Now's the time to call Kathy Gannon and METC to help your student. Call the Motivational Educational Tutoring Company. For over 30 years, METC's tutoring studio, founded by educator Kathy Gannon, has helped people of all ages to grow personally and academically. Call Kathy at 215-493-4200. METC offers motivational SAT prep as well as academic skills and leadership training. 215-493-4200. Now's the time to get assistance for your child to help them succeed. Visit online at METC.com. Call METC's Tutoring Studio at 215-493-4200 or email Kathy directly at info@METC.com. Remember, 1210 listeners receive a free 1-hour consultation. Take advantage of this opportunity to help your child get one-on-one help. Call 215-493-4200, 215-493-4200.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121, 800-329-2121, 800-329-2121.
Are you looking to remodel your home?
Emmons Remodeling offers complete remodeling services to turn your house into your dream home.
With quality craftsmanship and attention to every detail, Emmons designers and construction experts can handle all of your remodeling needs from kitchens to baths to basements and additions.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Wawa's hot turkey is back, and it's bringing the comforting flavors of the season with it. Sink into savory stuffing, cozy up with sweet cranberry sauce, and relax into some warm, buttery mashed potatoes. Grab your pillows and blankets because hot turkey is back. Plus, get your cozy cravings satisfied from the comfort of your bed with $0 delivery when you order on the Wawa app. Try the Wawa Gobbler today in a hoagie or bowl for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT.
All right, 9:48, Kayal and Company, Tuesday morning. Today in music history coming up in just a moment, followed by What's on Tap for the Dawn Show at 10 o'clock this morning. As they say in the industry, due to time constraints, we move ahead in the program. And we'll skip voicemails. We'll even skip the intro for the cut sheet, but we'll give you one little leftover that Stalker has left in the hopper.
So Sean was mentioning Lee Zeldin, right? He's the head of, what do we say, the EPA?
EPA,
right?
administrator, yep.
By the way, Dawn, it looks like Schumer says now that McCormick can come.
Oh, he's invited?
Yes. You haven't gone to me for a while, so I didn't.
Sorry.
So that's one of the many. A lot has been going on. So we do have confirmation this morning that yes, U.S. Senator-elect Dave McCormick is officially invited to attend the orientation ceremonies tomorrow in D.C. I'll point out that it was announced as a package deal because the Democrats want Senator-elect Ruben Gallego from Arizona.
Yeah.
He defeated Kerry Lake.
Yes.
AZ.
Okay. Lee Zeldin was on Fox News yesterday talking about the appointment. Cut 5, Sean.
So what did he, what is that, how does that translate? Translate that to me for day one actions from the EPA.
So day one and the first 100 days, we have the opportunity to roll back regulations that are forcing businesses to be able to struggle. They're forced to cut costs internally. They are moving overseas altogether to be able to bolster liquidity in the American economy where businesses strive to grow, expand here, and have the ability to export what they produce as opposed to exporting their jobs in the companies themselves. There are regulations that the left wing of this country have been advocating through regulatory power that ends up causing businesses to go in the wrong direction. And President Trump, when he called me up, he was rattling off 15, 20 different priorities, a clear focus. He wasn't reading off of some sheet. It's the top of his head. And if I challenged him to give me 50 more ideas of what to do with this agency to improve the economy, I'm confident he would have done that. So advancing America First policies is one of the reasons why President Trump got elected. We have to make America great again. And often when he talks about that at the end of his rally speeches, he was also talking about making our country prosperous again. And it's something that he deeply believes in. This is going to be a great 4 years for America. It's not just about a great day one or a great first 100 days. I have a feeling that we're on the verge of what could be the greatest 4 years we've ever seen of any president in the White House.
Yeah, a lot of those handcuffs that have been placed on small businesses are about to be unshackled, and I think you're going to see a lot of growth with these small businesses. I mentioned this on the air before. I said about, my mother-in-law being a small business owner. I'm like, you did much better under Trump than you're doing under Biden, and she actually came to that admission back in July and August saying, the business is just not there. It's the economy, so looking forward to that. Dawn in about 9 minutes. We'll find out what she has on tap in a moment, but first, remotely or in advance, but either way, he's back tomorrow. It's Phil Almquist with Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, November 12th, we celebrate the birthdays of David Ellefson from Megadeth, who's 60, Buck Dharma from Blue Oyster Cult, who's 77, and Neil Young, who's 79. We also lost Jim Tucker from the Turtles on this day in 2020, and Mitch Mitchell from the Jimi Hendrix Experience on this day in 2008. Things Include Bark the Moon by Ozzy in 83. Somebody to Love by Queen in 76. Born for Greatness by Papa Roach in 2017. And Our House by Madness in 1982. Albums include Dangerous Curves by Lita Ford in 91. Checkered Past by LA Guns in 2021. And by the way, is a really good album. Neil Young releases his self-titled debut solo album in 68. Also in 71, Fragile by Yes got released, as well as Nursery Crime by Genesis, and Play Deep by The Outfield came out on this day in 85. Also in 88, The Escape Club was atop the singles chart with Wild Wild West. In 73, Queen began their first tour. In 2000, Alejandro Sanz wins awards for Spanish Male Artist and Spanish Album at Premios Amigo. In 66, The Grateful Dead play a show for the Hells Angels. And in 65, the Velvet Underground make their live debut. But lastly, on this day in 55, Billboard began its Top 100 chart, with the first number one being Love is a Many Splendored Thing by the Four Aces. And since I know the three of you have missed me, especially Greg, I'll be back tomorrow bright and early because we start at 6 a.m. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
God, man.
At least he's honest.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
We start at 6 a.m.
You just told us that, Phil. Thank
you.
All right, Dawn Show. She starts in 7 minutes, and we find out what she has lined up right off the top.
Yeah, right off the top, Michael Watley, who's the chairman, needs no introduction. So Michael will walk us through the very latest, give us an insider's look at what's going on at Mar-a-Lago, and we'll do a preview of tomorrow's big day when Trump heads to the White House to join, without Melania, though. She's not going, but Trump will be there with Biden.
I also, a lot of cold stares lately. I just saw the Jill Kamala exchange, a lot of blank expressions. It'll be an interesting little crossover here these next 2 months.
Yeah, it's so true. Yeah, we have so much. We're locked and loaded. We have so much going on. There are a lot of updates because we haven't done a whole lot of news actually within the past hour or so. So I have a ton of updates for you. So stay right there.
All right, sounds good. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is up next. Phil is back tomorrow, and we will see you at 6 a.m.
I'll see you tomorrow. Come talk to me.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Business owners can count on McCausland Lock and Alarm to secure and control access to their facilities. Enjoy peace of mind while their access control and CCTV systems provide top-of-the-line protection for your assets. Tom McCausland's